Hello. Hello, hello. Akikia, hello, and Dio, welcome. Apologies about the terrible quality. I'm gonna see if I can pump up the bit rate for something watchable. That seems like it's holding up. My internet's a bit terrible. Amethyst, hello, welcome. Welcome into the stream. Paradox, been looking forward to the stream for a while. Me too. I've been away for like a week. But I've been doing a bit of work. Been doing a little bit of mining off camera, you know. I'm doing pretty good, Dio. Thank you for asking. How have you been? What has everyone been up to? What kind of mining? Unreal Engine development mining. I've been mining my own brain, you know? I've just been picking away at it, digging holes in my cranium, getting all the spiders out from under my skin, you know? I'm addicted to shaders. Alright, what the frick was I doing again? Oh yeah, I do remember now. Cool waves, bruh. This is part of life, still learning the ways of UE. Fair enough. Yeah, life do be like that sometime. Is this because of the density that it looks like that? No, it's not. I wonder if that is the RVT resolution doing that. Size of each tile. No, that isn't changing it. It's making it go a bit. A bit more fucked. So maybe less fucked is or more is less. Or less is more. Or is that because of the normalization over such a long distance? Definitely a texture thing. Okay, yeah, so it's really obvious here. I mean, yeah, lower resolution is better in this case. Which is kind of the case in most. For the most part. It also I mean, they get distorted anyway. Maybe I'll just turn off the distortions real quick. Copy them. Copy and then delete 1, 2, 3, 4. They have to have some value, don't they? Okay, that's too small. Right, that's saying a wavelength of. Okay, no, but that. Okay, that has to. No, this has to be 0. I think the last one doesn't even matter. Okay, so this is the raw wavelength doodad. I also need to mask out the ends here as well. Yeah, and we can see that it is distorting pretty epically. I wonder if it's just because... I mean, if this is like the coast, and this is a character, then the shore waves... Well, no, I guess the gradient... no, maybe that is a good distance. Let me try with a different... thinger. If it was smaller, is the distortion less obvious? Kinda? Because this one here, right? This one is from World Origin, you know, going into there. You can see that these ones are a lot cleaner. And then this one here is a bit wobbly-dobbly. Which is fine, but... Let me just check in here. Ah, that's just doing the lowest MIP level. Truthful. Truth Social Royale. Right, so if it's too high res, then it shits itself. I think in this case I do just want it to be the lowest resolution. So I'm guessing that's how big a pixel is in our... That would make sense, right? In the RVT... Oh, actually, 0 would be. Ow. Where the fuck is the interpolation? You know? Oh, well, no, I guess that's not a... Okay, no, because this is... XYZ, so that can't be the pixels. That must be the... like the bit depth that goes into the normals. Interesting. Let me see if the color input would add 1, divide 2, chuck that into the base color. Go to Ocean Testo, go to base color, subtract 0.5, multiply by 2. Chuck that into there. Does that look any different? That looks fucking dumb. Water data. Wait, why is that not... I mean, either way, it has the same issue of bit depth. Why would it not be... to base color. Well, anyway, I think, yeah, because if I derive the Z here, I can just go into there. I can do whatever it wants. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, no, you know what it could have been. Okay, wait, let me try, you go in there, base color. Do your thing. You go here. Mask this bad boy. Schwow. Schwow. Yeah, this goes. Okay, it still suffers from the same thing when the resolution is too high. But then if I smack it down to, like, something really low res... Pretty sure that can be a variable, kind of. Yeah, then it kind of sorts its shit out. So let me go here. Alright, let me catch up with the chat. You remember saying, imagine a ship here in the last 3 inches, basically trying to build some water for a pirate game since then. Hell yeah. Yeah, I am, I'm going to be doing, like, a new test level for the plugin. This is going to be, like, my last push on the plugin, right? Like, it's like Prismatiscape 2. It's the sequel. And it's way betterer. And my internet is shitting itself again. I think this is gonna be a low quality stream. I know you guys are just here for like my charisma, not the interesting visuals. But what was I trying to say again? Look at that texture compression. That's fucked up. Yeah, so for some reason it's like the interpolation type in here. Does this not have like a fucking... Oh, imagine if this could choose its MIP type. Remove. Number of low MIPs to remove. Reduce peak virtual test. Object was really great, probably MIP shimmering. I mean, it definitely needs MIPs. Yeah, anyway, so this level here, it's gonna have like all of the Prismatiscape test things. And I'm gonna do like a nice character. I'll do like a boat that you can like probably just get in and like get in animations and all that stuff. But you'll be able to get in a boat, do the boat around, show off like the buoyancy shit. I think the character will be like a magician, and you'll be able to like shoot fireballs or like do wind magic, just like little, you know, doesn't actually do anything, but it just like makes the foliage and stuff move around. Maybe shoot like little water balls around to just show off like the surface water stuff. And whatnot. Maybe earth magic as well, just to like shoot a rock that interacts with the foliage and the ground and whatnot. Plop that into the water and shit. Who knows? Just some like little examples with, you know, the sort of logic of like, oh, how is that set up? Oh, it's just using a projectile or spawning a physics object, and that has a component attached to it and whatever. But yeah, this is my final stand. And so I think with like a good test level as well, that's like packaged, that people can download and dick around with and be like, oh my god, that looks so cool, I'm gonna get this plugin. or I don't know. I can imagine like some like, you know, clickbait YouTube channels being like, next, I don't know, fucking quadruple A water physics in Unreal Engine 5 gone sexual, you know. The Unreal Engine 5 situation is crazy. Some shit like that. So I'm just gonna, like, yeah, redo the test level, go over all the use cases, and then plug in finished forever. Until I inevitably add more shit to it, but you know how it is. You know how it is. Tony Gog, how's it going? Your Niagara videos help me a lot. Thank you so much. No worries. Thank you for watching them. All P. This year will you open Steam page? That's a great question. My game is in the process of being reborn. So likely not for a little while at least. I think next year we'll look at like kicking the game into full production. I think after I do this stuff, we're gonna start chipping away at more Prismatica related things. Namely just doing like, yeah, a lot of back-end framework stuff. But like actually, you know, actually doing. Well, it looks cool. What's a real FPS on it? 120 FPS on my computer. I don't really let this plugin and project drop below 120 on my computer. That's when I know that it's gone too far. And yes, the stream compression will be terrible, terrible, because my internet is Australian. Also, Stooge, how's it going? So you will live, but currently watch user videos almost daily at my work. Hell yeah. Thank you for sharing your knowledge. No worries. Thanks for watching. And I hope you recommend my videos to everyone else. Terrains. I am good. How are you? How are you? Wait, that's not the... Why am I in Prismatica physical character movement? That's not the right one. Demo character. This guy. Yeah, so while I was off stream, I was doing a bit of extra water stuff with like the surface water. And I've set it up so that... So like the simulation... I don't know if you can see the... you can kind of see pixel edges here, right? Here, bam, pixel edge, up, pixel edge, whatever, whatever. So that's like the detail of this simulation. So if I like do some water, actually I can turn the water into like mud real quick. Muddy water. Just put the... Oh, and I made like a function for the surface water. Because obviously I want the plugin to be pretty idiot-proof. Idiot-proof for pretty people? No, pretty idiot-proof. But yeah, so the water actually interacts with the ground, like on a texture level. So if I like jump out here, then you can see that this is all actually just like flat geometry. It's not like actual bumps and shit. We just feed the height map into the RVT, and water can actually like pool up under this ridge, which this ridge does not exist. It's not real. Not real. And so I figured, okay, well, what if I also factored in the height map into the flow map? Like, you know, where the water actually does. So the height map also adds extra detail into the surface water. You can also see, like, the foam. There's, like, a dot product, like, along here. So there's, like, a bunch of, like, shader level extra detail on top of the simulation level detail that helps it look more high resolution than it actually is. Which I think is neat. Like, yeah, all that kind of, like, the water getting sort of stuck in the cracks and whatever. It's not real. Some can say it's unreal. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. And yeah, you can see that, like, it looks pretty good. I think this surface water is, like, in the right direction, at least. And so this just runs in the shader, this water. Like, this water isn't, again, it's not real water. It's flat. It doesn't have any depth. It's just entirely fake. It has fake depth. Using, like, just, you know, you can see it, like, distorting the stuff underneath the water, like distorting its UVs and shit. So it's kind of neat. Neato mosquito. So that'll mean it'll work really nice with, like, tiles and, like, cities and stuff that have pavement. And also, if I make this, you know, tile-less. So now this is, like, way less tiley. But you can see it still looks high detail. And yeah, you can see it kind of interacting with the, you know, the normals and the height map, as well as, yeah. It's neat. I think it's good. Well done. Go team. It'll also take the dot product of the velocity of the water. So it will kind of, like, pile... It's pretty subtle, but it'll pile up at the edges. Can I, Again, let me just make this mud. You know what? That's a bad color to show. Let's make it, like... Let's make it blood for a sec. Or whatever this is. It's tomato sauce. So you can really see, like, the contrast. And yeah, it, like, reveals certain bits before other bits and whatnot. I guess here is a good example. That's, like, a pretty hectic bit, but... yeah. It'll lower the water level, or the visual water level, on the lee side of any big bumps. And it'll make it build up more on the... I don't know, the side that is thingo majigo. So yeah. I also had thoughts. You know, where's this material go? Terrain layer or something? It just goes currently. Let me just choose that out. It currently just goes at the end. So, like, in color, in normals. And then out color, out normals. And that's it. It just works, TM. So if you're doing it in a landscape, it can get a bit interesting. Because which one do you go separately? You mean, yeah, so in a landscape, you would do this on the other side of your landscape layer blends. It's like UDS where you just jam it between the math and output. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I haven't used UDS, but I've seen people use some of the material functions in that before, and I'm guessing this is very much the same. So, yeah, if you were doing this in a landscape, landscape layer blend, blah, 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 put all of your normals into here like you would normally, and then put that into the in normals. Same with all your color and stuff. Chuck that in normals, whatever. The only bit that it gets a little bit interesting is, at least in my material setup, my materials are a little bit differenter, but I double sample my textures because I use bump offset, which a lot of people would be using, yeah, like a height value to then, you know, do some parallax or whatever. But there's like two. I mean, yeah. So there's a couple of effects that aren't necessary per se. Like for example, let me just like put the foam. Let me just do this. Alpha channel divide by 2. Let me just put this into the output color. Oh, I think I've already... Okay. Can you see that very well? Not super. Let me just contrast it a bit. Even that's a bit too much. I just want to be able to see... Okay, so you can see like all this... it's probably not coming through on the stream very well. But essentially, in more shallower water, I take the normals of the texture and then add that to the flow map so that there is sub-simulation flow map influence, if that makes any sense to anyone. Let me change the texture, actually. So I don't need that, I don't think. No, that's all old shit. Let me change this to like a fucking Rocky Ground 01. So you can see like the normals kind of flow around. Like this tiny little rock here, the normals are going around it where there is water. So it kind of looks like it's getting like deflected around the little rocks. But there's kind of a feedback loop if you want it to do that. If you want that extra bit of detail. Because we're using the normals to then, you know, do the flow map, which the flow maps the water normals, but then we use the water normals to distort the UVs of the texture. And so I can get around that because I pack my textures so that it's like height map, which, you know, I use to do like the water mask, so like where the red starts and stops. Let me also just turn all the foam off now. Whatever. Yeah, you can see it like going around that rock here. I don't know how much it's showing up on stream, but I guess this rock is a good example, right? You can kind of see it deflecting around here and there. I won't be doing it all the time because the fucking it's hard to explain. I can pump up the value. This all needs a big cleanup as well and a simplification, but basically, yeah. There's like a re-entrant expression if. Actually, I put this up to 100 and then you'll be able to see it. Although it gets a bit distorted and like pixelated because, yeah, it's adding too much per length. But yeah, I don't know. What was I even fucking talking about again? So lost. Right. UVs of the stuff underneath it, but we can't do that without double sampling. And because I pack my textures where the normals are in the RG channel, and I'm using a primary sample to get the height map to do bump offset, you know, parallax effects for my textures, it means that I also have 2 copies of the normals to put in. And so not everyone would have that, because usually you don't pack the height map into the normals, you pack the height map into the base color. So I don't know, that's just one thing that I have to explain, like why mine is this way, and I don't know. I think the best option would be to just this is optional, the pre-normals, like the extra normal deflection and whatever. That would also mean that this dot product would... Oh, no, I guess you can use the post-normals to... I think it uses both. I think it uses a blend between them to get, like, the extra foam using the normals dot product. So, who knows? Who knows? Who cares? Something, something, something. Tech art, something. Out of fact, was I here? Well, I mean, honestly, the texture, what's it called? Texture graph? Probably worth me making a little video about. Just to, like, bring it to people's attention. Because it goes pretty hard. Just for flowing over objects, right? You also have special parts like... Yeah. So this shader is just for water over terrain. So when it's raining... actually, I can show you what it's like when it's raining. If I can find the dude. Demo... Prismatic escape content. The docket. And then... handle rain stuff. Are you set up proper? Yes. Actually, it's not for down there, but for everywhere else, it'll be fine. So yeah, when it's like raining heavily, then you can use this to like do rain and like rain runoff and like rain flow and whatever. I think Ultra Dynamic Sky has like a shader that sort of does this, but it doesn't actually use like a real-time generated flow map, you know? I think it just uses the... I mean, how I would do it, if I wasn't running this simulation, is get the... So use the height map to mask the water, use the vertex normals, and then a little bit of the pixel normals, and then use a flow map, you know? But obviously that wouldn't be as, I guess, realistic or detailed in a way. Because, like, we're actually using geometry to do this. And, like, if I put a... Do I have any fellas that can move? No. You know, let me just make him movable. So we've got, like, this shit doing stuff. And I grab this, and I move him over here. And I move him, like, I don't know, that. And that will actually, like, affect the flow of the water around it, you know? Which means things like, I can imagine using this in, like, cities for, like, roads and drainage and all that kind of stuff. Like, the gutters would actually fill up with water and do water things. There's too much foam. Way too much white water. But yeah. Some people know a flame, that just makes it look wet. Ah, okay. The raindrop contact. Yeah. I want to do, like, a raindrop thing as well. Just for, like, all the water stuff. Just for, like, yeah, little micro details and whatever. Even just having, like, raindrops constantly going and then using that when there's minor disturbances in water would probably be a decent idea. But yeah. Let's just look at the water render target. Yikes. I guess that's the water normals, isn't it? Yeah. Normals of the water, that is the wetness of the water. Surface wetness. And then this is the water height. Or water depth, I guess. And then this is the water velocity here. Which is pretty slow, because it's all, like, surface water. And then this is the WPO, and this is the foam. Yeah, that's the foam. So yeah, it's essentially like a real-time, like, I don't know, like erosion simulation, you know? It's kind of the same thing that an erosion sim would be using. Except, yeah, we just set the minimum water level to 0.1 when we want it to be, like, raining. Or this is, like, really heavy rain, right? This is, like, it's bucketing rain, or it's just bucketed rain, and whatever. W thought it was all flat. That's a great pickup, but I'll show you what I mean. Because the this same simulation works on and off water level or water surface. So this is like geometry water. You know, like single layer water, actual WPO, and whatnot. Obviously, I'd mask it out underneath it. No, it doesn't really matter that much. Just extra refraction. But it's all the one simulation. So like here is the velocity. Here's this guy doing his velocity things, and you know this is groundwater. Groundwater can flow into this water. Like there's no actual difference between them. It's all one shared simulation. Just ignore the red. That's just from stuff. But yeah, this here is like water. You can see my character is under the water. Why is it red? Why did I make it red? What was that for again? Yeah. So the benefit is that we don't have to deal with like fucky geometry water everywhere. And also don't have to deal with, you know how there was like stretching when there was like a cliff or a slight overhang and like the geometry would stretch upwards onto it? We don't have to deal with that anymore. And I'm going to make it so that the geometry water fades out or like won't be... See how it's kind of revealing itself up here? The red water. I'm going to make it so that like at like a meter under here. I can't really do a distance base because... Oh, maybe I could. It depends if the underside of a landscape generates a negative distance field length. Otherwise, yeah, I could just do it depth-based so that this water, like the geometry water, never creeps up like past a meter. Because it's good that it can actually like go up and do stuff. Just for like blending. But yeah, I think the surface water shader can like handle a lot of that really well. So if there's like waves doing wave things and the waves crash out onto here, then yeah, like the water shader can handle that to some degree. Oh, I know why this is red. Because the... Right, I'm adding velocity to it. Right, because I was in the middle of doing rivers and all that shit. There's just so much shit. Using Gersonner FFD as dynamic simulation. So I as dynamic simulation. So I use Gersonner for the ocean base simulation or the ocean base shader, and then I feed that in to this. This is I've gotten rid of the distortion values at the moment, but imagine this looks like actual waves. So I run a Gersonner wave in a grid 2D, and then I use that grid 2D to drive the simulation grid 2D. So it is simulated water, but it's being driven to match the position of the kind of global waves, you know, value or whatever. Which I was like, oh, is that? Oh, no, that's in both. Yeah, positive and negative. So yeah, I was currently just doodling with... So that... Okay, that's the lowest. Can that not go any lower? Is that as good as it's gonna fucking get or what? terrible. I don't want to have to use a render target. Get DM. Can I? That won't go any. Oh well. Sort of. That's not. But that's like so low that it's not even. Texture compression. Yikes. Anyway, can I? Where's my ocean? Ocean manager. Oh, am I still? I'm still in play, aren't I? I just realized that I'm not gonna have these in my. Yeah. Fuck. Can I revert that to? Yes, I can. Now we have time distortions. Oh god, that looks fucked up. Bruh. Oh, is that just because it's so small, though? Ghost-based dynamics. Yeah, exactly. And I'd thought about doing, you know, like a Gersonner or FFT base and then running my simulation on top of it. Which, that was like one of the first things I tried, but it didn't look good enough for me, at least, with like obstacles in the water. Like, it wouldn't crash around this and, like, you know, suck in this side and, like, you know, bulge out on that side and whatever. So then I was like, okay, well, what if I use the base waves to drive the simulation, like lerp the simulation towards the target values, but then I use like a mask in the simulation down here. If I just chuck that in, we look at this guy in the alpha channel. I use a mask that tells it where and where not to like do that kind of, I call it simulation assist. So you can see over here on like the shoreline, it's like pretty grey and or white. So white means no simulation assistance at all. But then as we get into the ocean or the shoreline, then it will be using like the waves. So if I go wave manager and I go like up to 2 or something, I've hijacked the foam channel, so this isn't really gonna look like waves, but you can see here it's like it's doing wavy shit, but in these points here where it is white, it just completely lets go of that simulation assist. So we end up getting, you know, the waves can actually like crash around these things, and we don't get like we don't get waves sort of clipping up through the terrain like you would with like normal WPO waves. So like if I just get some WPO waves, can you just chill? Okay, let me turn those fucking waves down. They're at 200%. If we just got waves, wherever the fuck they are. Okay, yeah. So like if I just got these waves and put them here, then you can see that like on a shallow part, let's imagine this was like a rock in the ocean. the waves can like clip up through. Yeah, like this, like this. They can clip up through terrain, which doesn't make any sense. And that's what would happen if I just drove the simulation assist everywhere. So I exclude simulation assistance. I think it's 2 meters of depth and 5 meters of side clearance. Also, these waves out here are just for reference, kind of. Now I have to do the shoreline stuff. I'm not even sure, haha, if this is gonna... Maybe as it does get smaller, it does get better looking. Or, like, less fucked up. I mean, that's acceptable. Plus, yeah. I don't know why this is happening. Is that because the... Hold on. Why is outside of this not... What color is it supposed to be? Ocean Shore RVT... Is it because I'm not normalizing it? That doesn't need base color either. That shouldn't need... No, because that wouldn't affect out here, would it? No. It's already derived the Z. Let me just use the brain for a moment. The brain. Why are you happening? Oh no, this is that's the world position center here. What have I fucked up? Is it because this is shore wavelengths? No, they're all good. Shore. Yeah, they're just all thingos. What's going on? Bruh. Is there no default value anymore? Or did I just set the RVT to be too fucked up? No? Oh, I'm not even fucking plugging the normals in anymore. Right, because I was doing the base color, but then I took the base color out. Now we're using the normals, and now we're seeing that, yes, it does do the shoreline wave thing to some extent. I guess. Yeah, I don't know. I might try a method of... Instead of reading directly from the RVT... Look at those interference patterns. That's funny. Oh, wait. Why are they getting so fucked up out here? Is that just because it's out of... Hello? What are you doing? I'm so confused. Why does it work fine everywhere, but then... Even out here it's fine. No, there it's fucked. Is that just negative values that it's angry at? It kind of might be. Who fucking knows? Who cares? So lost. What the fuck was I doing? I don't know shit. Geometry for the water, it is just tiles. Just subdivided tiles at the moment. I can't be fucked figuring out dynamic meshes, and this is just, you know, it works. Tried and trued. Trided and truded. But yeah, if I can't get this RVT working nicely, I might try and write it all to an RVT, but then have a like a 4K render target, which can then read the RVT, you know, all the pixels of the RVT, and then apply like a blur to it, like a Gaussian blur, just so these values aren't so like squared. You can see the difference between this. Well, obviously once I do this, it'll be a bit better. Between this and this, there's a definite, there's something going on there. So I don't fucking know. Is it just that it's like too big? Who knows? Who knows? But yeah, I'm totally lost. What the fuck am I doing? Right, I was gonna do rivers. I had like a little to-do list. Water RVT and then more water nodes here. So the RVT base color is for parametering. Spec and roughness were gonna be for velocity. The normals are already being used, and then masking for the puddles. The mask I might actually use for like inlet slash outlet. Or should I just do that in... well... I don't know, I guess we'll tackle that when we get to it. River velocity, depth RVT assist. Okay, cool. So yeah, what I was doing currently... I need to do some, like, spline logic, unfortunately. Fucking hate splines. Also, that I don't need anymore. Also need to add distance field deflection. There's just so much shit. Oh my god. I need to change this back to that. I gotta change the fucking sun position. It's blinding my fucking eyeballs. Although it does look like water, so maybe that's a saving grace. Right, so obviously I don't want the rivers to be getting anything from the RVTs, right? Let me just get rid of a lot of these real quick. You die, you die, you die. Which means that the... Oh no, I guess that one's relevant. Because, yeah, this is saying, like, oh, yeah, there's a river here. Or, like, there is water here. There is ocean here. And so it's applying the ocean wave assist to the river. Doesn't make sense. So, how the buggles do I want to do that? I guess with some kind of masking is the solution. And I guess that's what this can be used for, wherever it is. This guy here. So I think, firstly, I need to set up a spline where you can define the coastline, and then it will draw, you know, like we were doing previously. But yeah, so then we can get the shore waves going, and then I think in the center we can do it so that we mask out the ocean waves if the RVT blue value is 0 or negative, meaning that it's beyond the coastline or within the coastline. And we could fill it in with like another shape that draws to the RVT. You know? Yeah. Alright, well, let's start by doing some blueprint shit. How much distance are you simulating? 5K, 10K? With this water simulation, 20 meters. It's a 20-meter radius. Actually, if I zoom out, I've set it so you can zoom out further than you should be allowed, but you can see up to about here. This is where the simulation ends. Obviously, that will like fade out properly, and you're not going to have this much water being, you know, like just created out of nowhere and stuff. So you can see here, this is just the river mesh, which it'll have like a fallback shader, so that from a distance, it'll be, you know, doing river stuff, a little bit of distance field buggery around the sides and whatnot. Also keep in mind that, like, from third-person perspective, you know, you're not really going to see that far. You can increase the simulation size, like in world space, but, you know, like, a bit of wetness is just going to look like that and whatnot. But then it uses the state, or, you know, it uses the fallback mesh as the starting point for the simulation, and also feeds into the edge of the simulation. So, like, this river still exists out of the simulation zone, which, if I just do this, you'll be able to see the simulation zone. Again, without any blending or anything. So it's like a little square. But yeah, so the actual simulation's quite small, but it's bound to the character's perspective. So wherever you go, there will be simulated water. And then wherever, like, into the distance, there'll be, like, you know, these waves just looking like, you know, nice waves, I guess. But they won't actually be, like, flowing around these things. Does that make sense? This one here, these waves, this is just like a regular shader, you know, just uses world position. So this is like infinite, you know. Is that? Is there a bird in here, or is that just like my GPU dying? I thought it was the music. A lot of, oh god, oh god, they go outside of the world. Where the fuck am I? I think it might just be my GPU making like chirping noises. Or it could be one of my computer fans, maybe. Eh? Or maybe there's a fucking bird in my wall. I don't know. It's so distracting. It's not all the time, though. One thing about is WP on top down. You don't really see WP on top down, right? You do to some degree. Why the fuck am I up here? Wait, where the hell's the player start? Players. Huh? Okay, but where's the landscape? Why am I? What the fuck? Oh, it's because of this. Right. What is that noise? Hello? It actually is a bird. I thought it was like maybe my GPU. There, you hear it? I don't know if it's my GPU. Okay. Yeah, okay. Alright. Okay, so it actually is a bird. I'm like, why the fuck is there a bird at like 12:30 at night? What the hell? I don't know. Yeah, so WPO, I mean, WPO in top down, I mean, obviously you see it like when the water goes, you know, up here and whatnot. It also depends on, oh no, I guess with a perspective. I mean, you know, like for things like this, right, where like it needs to clip up in to this. In terms of like, you know, Z ordering and whatnot. But then you've also got like, you can see the sort of textures parallaxizing. Like see this geometry. Yeah, I mean, it's not as important. I think on a larger scale, it's pretty important. Why is that? There's not even water. Oh, right, yeah, because it's feeding in. I forgot. Yeah, that's cool. It's nice that it actually just, like, sort of works. No terrain. Yeah. I think it still does matter. Especially when you take buoyancy into account. Like, if you want buoyancy... Like, if you want it to feel like an ocean, then yeah, like... I think WPO is pretty important. Although, to be fair, it depends on how zoomed out the camera is. Like, if you're talking like... You know, we're playing as like a cruise ship. That's like this big. or like a big, you know, military carrier or something. You know, and it's like an RTS game or whatever, or, you know, at that scale, then at that point, WPO's not that important, probably. Oh my god, that bird, it's driving me insane. I'm actually going to have a mental breakdown. Stop it! Crazy. Oh, I'm going to go out there. I'm going to rehome that bird. Is it right to base color something to make it more noticeable? I don't currently. I'm using the single layer water shader model. Which this one's not a very good example, but it does some like depth based shenanigans and whatnot. But yeah, I'd also write the higher bits a little bit brighter. To, yeah, the color of the water. Or maybe, like, use a dot product with the sun and write the bits that are opposite the sun a bit brighter. So it's like light shining through the water, you know? Discord got hacked, got kicked from Discord, recovered. Is it possible to get the link or unban? Yes. I will try and sort that out. I think I remember, I think Amethyst dealt with that. So I can, if you just, I'm trying to think. Does Discord do, I'm not super, like, up to date with Discord, but do they do, unban requests? Or, like, tickets like that? I'm not sure. I'll see what we can do. What on with Sun Direction? Yeah. Oh, it would be the derived normal. From, like, yeah, you'd have to, like, do your waves and then figure out what is the normals of the wave. And then use that to drive it. Which you can do with, like, DDX, DDY. Normal derivation. Okay, so okay, let's begin. Peacecape Coastal Spline. Let's add Spline. Spline. Minus ones I use for other purpose animated objects can take a big Spline mesh is a derivation of static mesh component which can be deformed using a spline. Only a start and end position and tangent can be specified. Blah 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 blah. Okay, so it should have a spline, right? Should it have a scene root or not? I can't fucking remember how splines work. They're all so fucked up. Whether the spline is being edited from its default by the spline component visualizer. What does that even mean? Closed loop. I have done a spline before in the water stuff. River spline. which is a spline, and we then do construction script, material shit, add spline mesh component for each spline point. This is on yeah. Probably just use this as a basis, honestly. Basket? Yeah. We're gonna get some cat action. Basket. Yeah, okay. How's that? Is that good? Good. No, that's the wrong. No, you don't. Put the butt away. You just want to cuddle me. Cuddle. Comfy. Cat. You fight. Found it. Some of that tummy? Give me tummy. Roll over. Biscuit here. Cats are best till they bite. My cats don't bite very hard. They only play bite. How old's a cat? This cat is maybe 4 or 5 years old. Not super old. Yeah, she's very funny. Making little biscuits. Having a little clean. Alright, back to work, back to work. We do work, we do work. We do work sometimes. Right, so I think I can pretty much yeet. Well, does that clear them? I don't think I was clearing them all the time. So why it gets There are spline points -2 for each loop. Why would it be -2? Also, one of my cats are Sag. I don't know what I'm gonna do when my cats, when they move on, when they go to the farm down the road, you know. Guess I'll just die. Alright, so this doesn't need a material. I wonder, will this find references to the spline? Oh, it actually does. It's by name, I guess. We don't care about the material. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Okay, so I think what I want to do is when I add this spline mesh component, I mean, firstly, I probably want to, clear? How the fuck can I... Attach under that root when B manual attachment is it. When make attachment to skids, up to usual attachment to the component, blah 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 blah. I think I want to do get components by class. Spline mesh. And I want to delete. How the fuck do I? Let's do one called clean up splinos, which is gonna fuck off. Which is gonna get this. I don't know if you have to do this when you're doing spline shit, but it would make sense that you'd need to clean them up, right? Is it remove or delete? Destroy. I guess if valid. Okay. Is valid. Fuck, I haven't done blueprint in a hot minute. So I get all spline mesh components, delete them, remake them. And then clean up splinos. Then let's recreate them. Get number of spline points, add spline mesh component. This one we're gonna make in Blenge. Yeah, well. Ow. Should I just go clear or something like that and I need to loop? Well, I figured because we're adding spline mesh components. First component created to become the root. Yeah. So like these components here. Add spline points because yeah, because construction script would delete all instance components and then and then redo it, right? Or like it resets the instance and reconstructs it. So that's probably not necessary, I guess. Yeah. Either way, I'm gonna need a dude that is... I guess I'd want to offset it in this direction. Although maybe I don't want it... Give me like a 1 meter by 1 meter. Or how... Oh my god, I've like... I feel super like brain dead. How big is this? This is 2 meters, right? 2 squares? That'd be every 10 meters? Yeah. Yeah. I just moved over. Okay. Yeah, so I don't know how I want this to be. I think I just want it to be like... Add spline mesh component. This was doing a... This was like for placing rivers, right? And it was getting the spline, adding a start and end of the spline mesh component. Start position, end position. But how does it like... Oh, I guess the scale. And end scale. Oh, no, that was just for the widening and stuff. I don't really need or want in this case, but... Location at spline point. And then it adds a thing... Oh, sets the forward axis of the component. And that was just using, like, a plane like this. Which, like, how does it determine... Because essentially what I want is, if this is like the spline, then, you know, I want to be able to like curve it, you know, like this kind of shit, and for it to like... It's essentially like a distance field. So the length from here to there will always be uniform, but the rest of it will like curve around. Which is why I want to offset the origin. Just for fucking simplicity's sake. So I'm guessing having it evenly on the left and right makes sense. I can always rotate it on import, you know. I mean, this is going to be pretty big. I wonder, did tangents get smoothed? Oh, no, I guess it went... well... Fuck, maybe it will be. I guess we'll find out. I guess we will find out. Is that square? That's square enough, whatever. Do I need to add more density on the bits that are going to be like curving outwards? How many squares? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's 9. 9 by... That's gross. You know what? We go back. Let's do 10 by 10. Blah, blah, blah. Where's... Oh my god. Fuck. There it is. Number of cuts. 9. What are you doing? No. Oh my god. I want to die. No, it's fuck. Just 9. Factor 0. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. And the other way. 9. 0. Cool. And then I wonder if we can do like an exponent. You know what? Fuck it. This is good enough for now. Let's just roll. Roll with this. Object mode. Stop fucking around. Export. FBX. Mesh. Prismatic and modeling. Utility meshes. Pscape _ coastal spline mesh. Export. Engine. Let's just do... God, I need to like sort out this whole fucking thing. It's so bad. Modeling. Utility meshes. Coastal spline. Where the fuck did you go? Pscape coastal spline mesh. Bam. And then... Oh my god, I fucking hate this new import shit. It's so dumb. It's like, oh yeah, import the skeleton, but it's not a skeletal mesh. It's a fucking static mesh. And you know it's a static mesh. Alright, so let's add our coastal spline mesh. We're going to add the Pscape. What do I call it? The coast RVT drawer. Water. Ocean shore RVT drawer. Sullivan. Just thought I realized, should I just dive in or start with a course? Yeah, I do what Amethyst said. Do like some tutorials, get familiar with the engine, but then pretty much like as soon as possible, start making stuff. Don't try and like learn everything and then start your project, because you'll never start your project. It's better to just get started and learn on the job. Especially if it's, you know, a passion project, where you're like constantly learning new things and all that kind of stuff, you know. It's better to be doing and learning than to just be learning. Plus, you'll learn better if you... That's... Why is it going from... Wait, where's the spline? Spliney boy. So why is it doing that when I've, like, explicitly told its offset to be... No news of... Yeah, exactly. Replicating one game mechanic from design. Yeah, I mean, that's a really good way of learning. Yeah, just like replicating stuff from other games, because you've got a point of reference where it's like, okay, well, I've done this thing, but it doesn't feel right, or, you know, I can, when I'm in the middle of assassinating someone, I can jump or something, and it's like, well, that's not supposed to happen. And then you can go and fix that. Yeah, close loop is fine. Yeah. I'll do that. Well, I don't want to do that by default, but I think I can do that in here, closed loop. Although now it's angry. Huh. Does it not? Oh, no, I'm telling it not to draw the last point or some shit. But yeah, by default, I don't want to do that, because some people's level might be, you know, totally inland and not have a loop around. Although that, maybe it should always be, because I do want to fill in the middle. So, like, you know, do this coastline around here. But then fill the middle in so that lakes don't get the ocean shader applied to it. Or rivers and whatnot. Yeah. Also, why has it gone... Did I just move the mesh when I did that? How have I offset it like that? That's fucking wacky. It's cursed. It's cursed. I'm telling you right now. Potion seller. Move the spline component. Yeah. Yeah, no, I did. Huh. I should probably make the spline the default scene route, right? So now I can't move the scene. Well, I can't move... If I move the spline, then I'm moving the actor. So, yeah. So, yeah, why is this not obeying the doodad? Coastal spline mesh. And I've offset the origin. Also, this shouldn't be nanite. And why the fuck is that on by default? Just fuck off. Nanite sucks. Nanite can suck my nanites. Start tangent and tangent direction. Scale, da 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 da. Nanite cluster. I do actually need this spline to have overlap enabled. Because we're actually going to use this to influence buoyancy. Because, like, the coastal waves are deterministic, which means that if I have the spline, and we're in the spline's boundaries, we can get distance to the spline, run, you know, the Gersonner calculation, whatever, and get buoyancy from that. Pretty cool. I don't need to do the scale stuff. It should be just its own thing. I probably want to do this -1. That will then complete the loop. However, how can I get it offset from the spline? Find out right after I pee. BRB. Hello, I'm back. Alright, so... I'm guessing that the spline shit uses the bounds to, like, place splines, you know? Which isn't ideal. And yeah, I don't know if this is get location at spline point local. Spline mesh component. That would be relative to the actor, wouldn't it? How the fuck am I supposed to offset it properly? Set forward axis. That shouldn't make a difference. Right? Maybe. No? Now that's lit. That's very angry. That's what it is. Okay, so definitely X. If I just do like start position plus, you know, 100 in X, that'll be 100 in component space. Yeah, that's pushing them all up that way. Get location at. Why? Why? Is there like a setting in here? Has anyone worked with spline meshes before and had to, like, offset everything from the spline? Or can I... Let's go spline... there wouldn't be an offset. Tangent. Get tangent at... spline point. Which I'm doing here. We have a tangent in local space. If I add the tangent times... Fucking hell. Alright, hold on. Let's fuck the scale for now. Let's see. We get our tangent in local space. Hopefully we don't have to swizzle that or anything. Let's times it by a scalar 100. Add that to the position there and there. And then that is fucked. Maybe if I just do it by 1. And so that has added... it's done something. Fuck. Let's chuck that bad boy in there. That hasn't done what I wanted it to do, you know? Why though? Why? I feel like the tangent needs to be like swizzled. Can I just like swizz? Can I rotate vector by 90 degrees? And try that. Interesting. Interesting. Let me just figure out what the fuck is going on here. That's something. What about 80 degrees? That's gone outwards, it looks like. But are the tangents... Does it take the strength into account with... Yeah, it takes the fucking... Oh my god, you fucking garbo. Oh, no, I guess maybe that is... I don't know. I don't know, bruh. How the fuck am I supposed to offset the origin point of these damn splinerinos? You know what? It's time for a Google. Spline is inner edge of the mesh. Yes, exactly. I want the spline to be here, and I want this to radiate outwards. Yo, Krim, the agua is looking pretty good. It's not too bad. This is like the river. Well, I'm starting to do rivers and streams and shit. Streams, get it? Haha. But there's also that like this. This is like surface water. This isn't like mesh water. Right here. Which also makes it possible to do like rain and stuff. Rain and puddles. Which is cool. I can just press a button here and turn it on real quick. Manage water, handle rain stuff. So descriptive. So now it should be like raining. Yeah. It'll just build up. So we actually get like rain flowing like down geometry channels, you know, like down here. It pretty much ends up looking like if you had a what's it called? Erosion map, or like a thingo. I guess a wetness. I don't know. In like terrain software. But it's like in real time, which is fun, and it's everywhere, and it's at a high resolution. You know, like wherever I go, there's gonna be like an accurate flow map of water doing stuff, and you can, you know, fuck around with it at runtime, which is cool. So yeah. So that's just how this is going. It's pretty fun. Makes everything a bit more dynamic, for sure. It's a bit grey. It's a bit weird. It looks a bit like, I don't know. A bit funky. So I have done that, Danielle, but it isn't obeying that. I'm pretty sure the spline component thing, add spline component, it uses the bounds of the mesh and just gets the midpoint of the bounds and uses that to, you know, position it along the spline. Unless, because that's x-axis, maybe, you know, let me try something. Rotate. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe it's just that it's going this way. Although, no, because then it would be overlapping. I don't know. Let's go re-imports. You can't import? Imports. No, they moved all the... Fuck! God damn it! Unreal 5. Stop changing everything. Let me go to the coastal spline mesh. This guy. Re-import. Oh, fucking... How do you, like... Reload? No. How do you, like... How do you re-import something with the dialog box? Where is re-import with dialog box? Where is it? Oh, fuck. I just... Fucking... Oh. Okay, what if I just do this? What if I just go Blender, get the fella, get the thing, rotate around the dude. No, oh my god, not bounding. Fucking 3D cursor. Then, yeah, the new one sucks ass. Everything new in Unreal Engine sucks. Re-import mesh with dialog button in static mesh window. Okay, okay. Static. Oh, okay, I see, I see. Rotation. Oh my god. Offset rotation, 90 degree. Import. Oh, okay, you know, that was it. That was it. Perfect. Well, that's sorted. Thank you very much, Danielle. That one was all you. Now we have Spline. Spline do thing. I probably need to make this way higher density. I guess since this is like just getting printed to the RVT, it should probably be double density anyway. Pardon me. And then I could be like fancy and do some really dumb shit like... You know what? Hold on, hold on. Brain Blast. Actually, no. I'll subdivide. Then I will subdivide only this half. And then I will subdivide the last quarter. Whoa, it's like Tessellation, man. Although these are going to be, like, very big. See how to say it was a new... Yeah, yeah, actually, I think... Is that in project settings as well, Marcus? Oh, can that not... Okay. Let's do this. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Bam. Sub D. Go to the middle. Where the fuck is the middle? I don't know. I'm guessing it is right here. Subby, and then this. Oh, wait, no, that's not even the... That's the... Oh, no, that is the halfway point. Then this one would be here. Yeah, sub D. Beautiful. Look at this work of art. Have you ever seen anything as beautiful as this? Probably not. Probably freaking not. Triangulate. Cool. Sweet. Because, yeah, the idea is that this is... Oh my god, why did you not... Oh, you piece of shit. Fucking did the wrong one. Get out of there, dog. Naughty puppy. Faces. Triangulate. Cool. Alright, now we go File, Export, FBX, Coastal Spline Mesh, that one. Go to here, go to this, re-import with dialogue, set the rotation offset back to nothing, because we fucked with it. Now we have, yeah, funny looking 17K triangle motherfucker. However, this is supposed to be very large. Although the scale is supposed to be fixed. So we want to set start and end scale to be whatever our coast distance is. You know what I mean? Yeah. This looks dumb as hell, but this is correct. This is actually how I want it to be. So let's kill it for a sec. Then we would go here. We would get the guy. I'm the guy. He is him. We go spline. Can you set like a default spline position for when you yeet it into the scene? I probably can, right? Spline. Yeah, fuck yeah, let's do it. Cool. Oh yeah, that looks great, because that's the fucking closed loop, isn't it? No? Excuse me? What have you done? What have you done? Is that because of that? It is. I see. Well, let's do that at like 1,000 units or whatever. Who cares? Right, so closed loop. I wonder, is there a get closed loop option? Get closed. Fuck, closed loop? Is closed loop. Fuck yeah. Let's go. If it's closed loop, just select these. Select int. Select int is closed loop. Pick A. 1. If not, 2. Subtract that from the thing. We don't get fuckery. And the project's ending, so it shows dialogue at re-import. Okay. Oh, at re-import. Like when you just click. When I just like right click re-import, it'll come up with a dialogue again. That's kind of handy. That is kind of handy. Let me look that one up, actually. I think the new importer is probably useful in some ways, but... yeah. It would be in editor preferences, wouldn't it? Yeah. Not project settings. Show import dialogue at re-import. That is perfect. See, this is why I stream. This is why everyone should stream. I'm thinking of making a video about like why everyone should stream, like their hobby game development. Because like if you don't stream, you're missing out. You know what I'm saying? Alright, let's see if my internet can handle 2 kilobit per second. Oh, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. Pretty good. Alright, coastal spline. Bam bam. There's a lot of time to people asking questions. I mean, yes, but at the same time, I mean, yeah, okay, fair enough. I mean, that's where most of my time goes. You know what? Maybe you're not wrong there. What happens if I do this, though? Does that... Yeah, that'll fuck it. So concavity is a bit fucked. Yeah. Yeah, that can probably die and be fine. I guess tangents are where it's at, you know. Release a game with Prismatiscape. Hell yeah! Yeah, chuck a link in the chat if you want. If you got a Steam page and whatnot. Yeah, chuck it in. Chuck it in. Let us see. I'm not really iffy with people posting links, as long as it's not like spam links, you know. Everyone can just post shit in the chat if they would like. Okay, maybe not shit, but like stuff. You can post things. So if I go closed loop, okay, that makes an extra one. So that should die. Then that, okay. Look, we've got a coastline. Wow, it's crazy. Oh, no, fuck, that's not a spline point. Yeah, I don't know what's going to happen here. Like, that shouldn't... I don't know if there's a way around that. Because I want it to stretch and... I guess I just have to not allow it. Or just clip these in a bit. I mean, coastal waves are a bit, you know... not perfect. And they do kind of just conform to the general shape. King of Bones. King of B1s. Hell yeah. Is there any in the trailer? Oh, did I just see some... Oh yeah, look at that sand deform. Oh, look at that bush moving. Hell yeah. You know what? This one... would really benefit from the... I guess the blood stuff. Although, are you already doing something? Or are they decal blood? I'm guessing it's decal blood. Maybe not. Buy chunks out of the dinos vertex painting for the blood. Oh, right. Oh, for the on the dinosaur blood. What are you using for the ground blood? I'm guessing it's decal based, or maybe like a splat target. Particle. Right. Vertex paint. Right, because you'd be. I'm guessing. The ground is subdivided. is like subdivided mesh, and maybe you're doing some offset with the sand as well. I can't really tell. So cool. Look at that. Oh my god, look at those water ripples. They look crazy. The sand looks really convincing once you've added particles on top of it. Like the sand doodads. Fuck, this looks hella dope. That's the grass. That's hella dope. That might be the best thing I've ever seen. Well, hell yeah, there you go. Prismatiscape. It's out there. It's in the world. It looks good. It looks good though. Like all the animations and the combat and stuff looks dope. Dope as the Pope. I don't know if you saw earlier in the stream, but this might be something that you look forward to, but physics, yeah, that makes sense now. Let's just do this real quick. I don't know if you saw the earlier, like the blood paint stuff, but I was also thinking like you could probably do something like this for like the dino blood. Just because there's so much of it. Although I guess you'd have to do that as well as the hold on. Where the hell's Yaya? There's. Oh, that's murkiness, not opacity. Here we go. A bit orange. Blood's like towards purple, isn't it? But yeah, you could totally do like flowing blood, you know? Using like the water sim. Rivers of blood. Imagine just having a dinosaur here just gooping out, you know? Just bleeding out, and all of its stuff just... Ugh. Oh, 0 performance? It has like an initial cost, or like a flat cost. Which it's probably a lot less expensive than you'd think to do this. But it doesn't get any more expensive the more there is, you know? Like, the more blood there is on the ground, it doesn't, like, get any more expensive. Because even if there's no blood, it's still computing that space. But it obviously does it all in parallel and whatnot. And it's also just, it's bound to the player, you know? So, like, it'll delete itself off the edge. I've let it zoom out for, like, visualizing the boundary and whatnot. But, you know, if it was a third-person game, you'd be looking at, like, I don't know, this kind of view. Where the hell's the man? Here. You know, it's like, it's far enough, and if it faded out nicely, then pretty good. I never knew I would struggle with math that only involves ones. Yeah, I mean, a lot of, I mean, not like 99% of like game and shader math is just doing math on 0 to 1 gradients. And that's it. Like, everything is a 0 to 1 gradient, and it's just about remapping that to suit whatever. Yeah, the nice thing about this water sim is the, it's like, it's texture space detail. So, like, these rocks, which are just texture, you know, like, they're not real rocks, they're just textures and shit. They interact with, or the flow of the water interacts with them. You know? Like, it'll actually bend around them and, like, avoid them. Avoid them. And then there's some extra shader logic on top to make the boundaries a bit more definitive for the rocks and whatnot. Somebody look at paint lanes. Oh. Did my stream just... Are we back? Are we back? I think we're back. Hell yeah, we're back. Yeah, it's restream being shit. But what was I saying? Oh, what is the water? So the water is a render target. Or it's a grid 2D simulation. So Niagara Grid 2D, but it gets read as just a texture. So this is the normals of the water. The A is the... I think B is the wetness mask. So where water has been and it's drying out, you know. So like if you look here, this is relatively dry-ish. Now it's wet, but that will dry out over time. And then the A is the current water height. So this is basically what it is. This simulation. We just take, for each pixel, look at the slope, look at the neighboring pixels, predict what they would be doing, because it has to be... You can't... it's hard to explain, but you can't do any math. You... How the fuck do I put this? You can't operate on data in place. So I can't... When I'm... Because it's all done in parallel. You know, pixels are processed, or particles are processed in chunks of 64 pixels on, like, one thread or whatever. I don't know how the fuck GPUs work. But that means that this pixel isn't allowed to change the value of any neighboring pixels or whatever. So it has to look at it. It can look at its neighbors and be like, okay, according to my neighbors, I would then become this. And then... It's almost like, you know, like in high school math, where, like, you've got, like, you're rearranging equations on both sides of the well, rearranging both sides of the equation. It's kind of like that, where you have to... Think of, like, each pixel boundary as, like, a weird equation, and it has to match up on both sides. So for this pixel, given its 4 neighbors, its next value is going to be this thing. But then for its neighbors, they have to know the state of that pixel and their neighbors and whatever. So, I don't know. It's one of those things that you kind of build intuition for over time. This is the velocity map. So this is how the water... Technically, it doesn't need velocity to move around, but it does need velocity to gain inertia, which is one of the main things that I've sort of taken my own approach to. Jippy asked, what's the color of that pixel? Can't reply with anything else. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you can look at... Oh, my stream's dying. You can look at the other pixels, but you're always looking at the previous state of the pixels. So, like, it will save this texture into VRAM, and then when you're creating the next step, you're looking at that cached value and setting the new thing. So, like, because you don't want errors where it's like, okay, well, this one just got updated. If we were like operating in place, you know, this pixel just got updated. Now let's move on to the pixel next to it. But now this is... There'd be a weird, like, top left to bottom right bias in, like, all of the calculations. Which just wouldn't work. What's B looking at again? That's the... Oh, that's the WPO. So yeah, I mean, I'm pretty happy with how the surface water looks. Like, I think this looks pretty dope. I don't know whether... So, I had done the, like, the blood or the paint layer stuff before. But now I'm thinking, like, okay, well, do I just want the paint layer to be... like, just a color value advected by the water? Does that make sense? Because currently the paint is like a whole different thing. Which runs its own kind of flow simulation. You know, completely separately. But I'm just thinking, like... Maybe it would be nice to... color the liquid? Or apply masks to the liquid. I just don't know how it would handle doing... I don't know, like... how it would handle fringing, right? Because, like, the color would fade out towards the edges. Unless I, like, dilated it or something. Or added a blur. Specific area is not global. Well, like, I can easily change the color of the water with, like, you know, a global, maybe a render target for, like, the whole map. So, like, in the desert, the water is like a more cyan color. And maybe in the swamp, it's like a pooey green or something. But it would mean that if somehow you had water flowing and you then followed it and followed it and followed it, the color of that water would change based on the area. It's not that the water is colored. Do you know what I mean? Kind of like how like Minecraft water. Like if you place water in a biome where the water is some color, then even if you took that water from a different place. Do you know what I mean? So like global water, whatever, stuff like that would be fine. But I'm talking like if you wanted to use this surface water system for like blood and mud and clear water, and you wanted them to all intermingle, and maybe you could do something like, okay, let's take the mud channel, and if there is mud here, then increase the viscosity of the liquid, and it could all intermingle and mix, and... Do you know what I mean? And it would actually end up being cheaper than running the separate, like, paint simulation. Because the paint simulation also looks at the normals and the height and, you know, moves colors around. That kind of thing. So, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I'll just keep this how it is, and then for the paint stuff, I'll just let it do its own thing. Unreal ever approach you for stuff like this? No, I don't get approached by Unreal for anything. I'm very, I don't know. I don't think I fit in with, like, the Epic Games, like, Corpo vibes, you know? If they're playing one of those Unreal grants, I don't think... I don't know. Like, what would I... The thing is with, like, grants... They want you to apply for the grant. And, you know, they want to know how you're going to use the money to... I don't know... create value. Or to enhance the value of something. So, like, oh, I want to get this grant and employ an artist to do some shit and whatever. So they show you have energy and good light. Here's 5K. I mean, yeah, I mean, if it was like that, then that would be nice. But I think in, like, grant applications in general, they want to know, like, what are you doing? Why do you need the money? And, like, frankly, I don't really, like, need the money. Like, this is a paid plugin. It's $35, which is very cheap, obviously, but I don't know. It's just, yeah. I'm just, like, not super interested in Epic Games whatsoever. I'll be interested in Epic Games when Epic Games becomes more interested in game developers. Again. Yeah, I mean, it's not that, like, money isn't a problem, but it's like, I can complete this project without, I can complete this project without their money, if that makes sense. I mean, like, I have. Like, I mean, I make money from this already. And it's like, okay, what am I going to do with more money? Just, like, keep doing exactly what I'm doing? Or do I, like, try and convince them that I'm living in poverty and this plugin is going to, like, you know, it's gonna save me, and I don't know. Like, yeah, I know the Epic grants are, like, very no strings attached. Like, they just give you the money, and then you can, you know, do whatever you want with it, and they don't really do follow-ups and stuff. I guess if you just, like, took the money and didn't deliver, then they just wouldn't give you another one in the future. And, you know, they've got, like, lots of money to throw around, obviously. But yeah. I don't know. Money's boring. Let's just... Yeah, I think once this plugin is, like... Well, this plugin update is done and out there, then... And I've put together this, like, test level that looks really good, and it shows off, like, oh, look, there's, like, water shit, and there's, like, this water shit, and there's, like, foliage interaction, and all the other stuff that the plugin does. And, like, make, like, a little sizzler, and package this level, and let people dick around with it, so they can see how it runs and whatnot. Then I think it's, like... You know, at the point where it's like, oh, look, Unreal Engine's so good. Like, Unreal Engine just does all these magic things and whatever. And then, you know, maybe get approached and that kind of stuff. But until then, CBF. How's surface water looking good? Yeah, the surface water's not too bad. I'm obviously still mainly working on the logic side of it, not the actual shader. I mean, it looks acceptable for now. But, yeah, it's very shiny. Fuck, that sun's hurting my eyes. But yeah, currently we're getting sidetracked. That's what we're doing. But I was going to work on the shoreline shader waver. Shoreline wavy shaderino. Do these kind of shaders will work in VR? Yes. Yeah, I've had some people using the plugin in VR. With good results. Like doing, like, hands interacting with water and that kind of stuff, and, like, foliage and whatnot. Alright, let's get this guy here. Where are you? Coastal. RVT water duder. Where are you? Oh, this doesn't show the mesh, does it? Once it gets added. No, it's funny. Where's this one? Official water stuff. Ocean Shore RVT draw. Let's get you into there. And into there. So this should be... Okay, so we want to get the X tangent, probably. No. We want this guy. Mm-hmm. Let me just move this up. What the fuck is happening here? Oh, right, it's not drawing to the RVT, is it? Coastal spline. Go to the fella. Draw to runtime. It is drawing to water data and water height? No, not water height. Get out of there. You dog. Is it just that it isn't in the bound? Yeah, that's it. The volume bounds. Okay, so this is the wrong direction. They're moving outwards. Is that just because of the 1 minus? Because now they're moving the correct direction, but that's saying wave direction X. That's saying negative X. So I think that is correct. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I'll keep that just underneath for now. So the other thing is... So if I was chilling here, and then... Yeah, that has to be bigger. Let's go 200. So 200... Oh, you fuck. It's both of them, isn't it? So that would be 20,000 units distance. Right? I can delete that one now, can't I? Yeah. Yeah, okay, that doesn't look too bad, like in terms of the distortion and whatnot. Like, and if I wanted this to be more like that, then it can do that pretty happily. Happierly. Yo, Tweedgic! Coming in with the 10 gift subs. I'll do Unreal's job then. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Not necessary, but very appreciated. Thank you. I'll do you proud. I'll make sure that I spend the money very responsibly. I'm a bit too responsible with money, apparently. Oh, wait, where's this one here? Oh, I can't do both, can I? Wait, hold on. If I leave you there and do this guy that way... But that's where we get the funkaliciousness happening. What does that look like, actually, when it's, like, clipping itself? Fuck. What does that do for the waves? Not much, apparently. I guess it just chooses one over the other, like the Z... Pardon me, Z-fighting. Spend it on cat toys. True. Cats need their damn toys. How do you reset the tangent on a dude? Type curve? Okay. Curve clamped? Constant? That would be, yeah. Okay, so is it all just set? Okay, it's curve until you set the custom tangent. Gotcha, gotcha. Let me just add one. Divide 2. Yeah, so now we can see that some of the negative values are a bit pinched. That's not terrible, though. I think it is just the custom tangents. Maybe I should just stay away from them. Let's make sure it's all nice and smoothish. Yeah, good enough, good enough. Waves around island. Short waves around island. That's true. I don't want to get like this detail. That's kind of fucky. Where like this happens. I'm thinking like big, like continent-sized island. Oops, wrong one. Waves are weird, yes. I'm just trying to think, like... I don't know, fuck. Oops, not hide. Come back. Sorry, how big was that? That was 20,000 units big. What only how to make liquids move based on physics in game. Water in barrel moves along with the move. Water in barrel moves along with the movement. Starting to address anywhere the player's original all the moment. You mean like if you had like water in an open barrel and you moved the barrel and you wanted the water to like kind of jiggle? Because I don't cover that explicitly. But you would likely do that with a on a simple level, you could just do it with like a parameter that goes into the shader of the water and just like rotates it, you know, based on, I don't know. Oh, an interesting way you could do it is to use like a bone or like a physics constraint and like have that kind of hanging inside the barrel with its collision disabled. That could be a way of doing it. But yeah, there's like a lot of different ways to approach stuff like that. I want to move this whole thing out of world origin a little bit. Let's go here. Yeah. I did just have a thought about like this island and shit, right? Because like if our wave's direction is going this way, we can dot that with the RVT. Oh god. I have a feeling this is the wrong way around. Let's try negative X. Or I think maybe I was inverting it in the shader, or in the wave function. Let me look at the wave function again. We're doing waves today. Also, funny thing about shore waves is they're not this fucking frequent, you know? They are not this frequent at all. Oh, this fucking song. I'll get DMC8 again. Sag. Was I also vertex interping this? Anyway? No. Yeah, so I don't know. How do I want to do these shore waves? I mean, I can obviously just run. I don't know. Ocean does kind of look like that from a plane, but I guess that's way high. Yeah, I mean, like, it doesn't look too bad. This is like how big a human is. Like, I'm kind of standing on the shore. So maybe, like, they... I don't know. It's a bit funky. They also behave way differently. So I think I might write a... I don't know. Fuck. And I can probably unhook the higher frequency wavelets. I don't know, because, like, okay, here's the thing, right? In my game's world, the wind only really blows in, like, one direction. which means that, like, the waves kind of would only form in that direction, which is towards the origin of the world. Obviously, in other people's games, that isn't the case. But I don't know. It's a whole fucking thing, isn't it? So this would be just the ocean with the first, or like the lowest 4. Yeah, where the fuck do you go? So yeah, this is the ocean with only the lower wavelength waves, not all the tiny little detail ones. And also this is on a very stretched out mesh. This should be like way smaller. Like, it should be this smaller than that. I don't fucking know. Do you know what I mean? Like this kind of shit. But, you know, at a distance, this is way, well, cheaper. And it also almost maybe, like, looks better. I don't know. I was watching before. You had spray splashing up against the rocks. Is that a different part of the plugin? It will be in the plugin. But yeah, I'm kind of the particles sort of come last, you know. Like, in order for the particles to work, I need the rivers to be behaving well and have sort of finalized the shader. So that, you know, yeah, if it's a river and it's, like, really steep. Like this. Steep river. So fucking dumb. But yeah, this would need to... I need to know, like, the intensity of the foam being generated to then spawn the particles and all that kind of stuff before I do the particles too much. It's all just chilling out down here. Same with, like, the ocean waves and all that. So, I did, like, proof of concepts of the particles. But, yeah, it's, like, it's work in progress. But it will be in the plugin. Once it's, you know, all kind of sorted out. Another thing about if I do the ocean in, like, tiles, right? Like instance tiles, obviously smaller than this. I could then actually just, like, at a distance, have, like, a manager that, like, turns off all of the smaller Gersonner waves and shit. So that it becomes cheaper per vertex at a distance. Probably not a bad idea. Look at them dancing. Look at the vertex doing little roly-polies. But yeah, I wonder if I could actually create Icelandic deflection by, yeah, like dotting this gradient against the global stuff. Because we have made interference patterns before. I wonder if it's just a case of getting this direction dot this direction, and then the shore gradient saturate multiply the gradient like this, or some shit. That's incorrect. That's not that ain't it. Wait, dotting this. So then where? Shore gradient. Right, because that blends between the two dudes, doesn't it? Would I want to do this with that and then that into there? Oh no, that's also ocean. Wait, what? Oh, ocean gradient. I'm fucking dumb. That's this. Okay. It's interesting. Okay, what if that was done after this thing? Ah, that's totally cool. I don't know. I can figure that out another time. I'd probably do it inside this function and just, I don't know, make the waves less big, less bigger. You know what I mean? Less bigger. But yeah, I just need to figure out what the hell we want to do for the shore waves. Because, like, shore waves, right? They all move at an identical speed past a certain point. So you don't actually get these kind of, like, overlappy doodads. Where's shore wave? This is shore waves. Lerp with a shore lerp. Shore multiplier for the thing. That's the dude doing the thing. What was the shore length? This should be 20,000, not 30,000. There we go. So many fucking assets open. The other thing is that I'll probably make manual damping zones for waves and stuff. So you can, like, I don't know. I don't know. It's also... I need to pee. Be right back. Hello, I'm back. Hello, I'm back, little chicken. Mm-hmm. What a funny cat. Can I have your tummy? Give me your tummy. Let me see that fat tummy. Big fat tum-tum. Cat Huffer. The Huffer of cats. Whoa. It's like smelling salts, you know. You just put your face in a cat's belly, give it a big whiff, and then you're good to go. Alright, I think what I want to do is move these. Well, okay, no. Firstly, I just want to make... Let's make some dupes. Chuck them in the boops. Scale them down to the scoops. Let's go by 10 by 10s. This is pretty, you know, decent. And we'll just like yeet them out. So they're fucking, it's whatever, man. It's whatever, man. Let's do this. It ain't pretty, but it's something. Alright, so we've got a bit higher density now. So... This is the island. We ignore that. Let's just look at our damned shore waves. Shoreus McWavius. It's just, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. What replace a variable with another variable at mass? Let's say you have a struct in many BPs you want to replace with a different one. Is that possible? You could try using the replace references. I don't know if it'll let you replace a struct with a different struct, but you can do it for stuff like replacing a mesh. So everything that's referencing that mesh, you can replace it with a different mesh. Which would be like here. Asset actions replace references. But, oh, yeah, you'd have to select this and a different one. And then replace references. And then the one that is ticked is the one that you select an asset to serve as the assets to consolidate the non-selected assets to. This will replace all users of the non-selected assets below with the selected assets. Yeah. So this would say whatever's in this list, you know, set everything to be this one. But I don't know if you can do that with a struct. But you could try. But it might just break everything. So definitely back up your project before fricking around with that one. Velocity, have you seen the new 5.6 shallow water river stuff? I've saw bits of it. And I think I'll actually be able to integrate it pretty well. I don't know how it works under the hood, but I have seen it able to, like, generate river meshes and flow maps and whatnot. It's pretty much, they've pretty much just ripped off fluid flux in that department. Or maybe he worked on it. I don't know. But I was thinking I could leverage that to do the, like, my out of range water. So, like, for example, you know, my water looks like this, like, from a distance. Like, I haven't done like the river spline and made it look good and whatever. But, like, at runtime, my water is, like, simulated, you know, like it's like actually running real time. It's flowing from here to there, doing a bunch of stuff, fully interactive, no, like, baking and shit. However, outside of the simulation zone, it just turns into, like, you know, the mesh. It's hot. It's hot and heavy. Are you having fun? What are you doing? Oh, something like this. Oh yeah, if Boy Cat's there, then he'll get shittier. Marcus says hi. Unless he was saying hi to me, but no, he's already been. Pretty cool. Has buoyancy, works with chaos physics. Yeah. So I'd be more interested in, like, the, because it all gets baked, right? They bake the data, like the flow data, and it can't really change at runtime. You know, like, you can't just be like, oh, like, cool river, mind if I fucking, like, block it up with a fucking pylon or some shit? You know? And just let it juice up. Like, I don't think it can do that, but I am very interested in the offline or the mesh generation aspect of it. I'm curious whether it uses buoyancy versus chaos physics. Yeah. The buoyancy stuff, that's, like, pretty easy to do. I mean, I guess if you have an accurate collision to the mesh, that's fine. Unless, again, it's undulating, like oceans. Oceans are a whole different thing, because it's like, oh, I've got these waves that are, like, 3 meters tall. Therefore, I need to know the height of the waves. Whereas with rivers, you can kind of just get away with, oh, am I touching the river? Presuming that it's shallow enough to not really care about depth. And then apply the force of the river. Playing around with the super fucking hard to adjust the river spline to get nice waterfalls. Then you have to bake it like you were saying, so I think yours way better. Yeah, so I think, because what I would do, and again, I'm not sure how or what data they use to bake the flow map. Whether they use, if I was doing it, personally, I would bake the flow map to the vertex color. Because it's like, oh yeah, we've got this high density mesh, and it's just got fucking vertex color that isn't being used. So let's just bake it into the vertex color, rather than doing, and I think this is how they did it in the stupid water plugin, with the rivers blending into the oceans and rivers blending into each other, is that they would have a render target of the intersection with all the flows blended together. And I'm like, it's so overkill, and then you break instancing because, like, some of them need, you need a new material slot to have that render target factored in and all that kind of shit. You could just put in fucking vertex color. And, like, it's easily accessible, It's free to access. So it doesn't cost any extra performance. So that's kind of what I want to do in the end. Is to have the river's flow data baked into the vertex color. For the offline, or the out-of-bounds water. So if I can use the UE 5.6 river shit for, like, when I'm over here and I'm looking over there and it's like, oh yeah, cool, it's a river, I can see it moving, I can see a bit of foam, I can see some fucking, some distance shit going on. But then when I move into it, I use that data as the input for this. So use the height of the baked flowing mesh, use the vertex color into the RVT, which then inputs its velocity into, the river. That's why this river is, like, moving, in this direction, even though it's flat. If I turned it this way, then the water would tend to go that way. Because I'm nudging it using some data. It's also nudging the height of the water so that this river can never drain, technically. Which we wouldn't want because, it's a fucking river. It's supposed to be flowing. So yeah, I don't think the Unreal 5.6 water infringes on anything that I'm doing, like, in terms of it doesn't make any of my stuff obsolete, but I can definitely use it to do something that I was gonna do anyway, but would have to, like, fucking look into. So that might be my the go. That might be the go. Do you know what I mean? I think being able to just be like, oh yeah, it's a river, make the river for me. It looks pretty fucking good from a distance and whatever. But then as soon as it's in range of my plugin, it's like, oh yeah, like, this is, like, fully simulated water that you can kick around. And, like, another thing you'll be able to do in my plugin is, like, adjust the fullness of rivers. So, like, if I just set this to movable. I wouldn't actually do this with the mesh, by the way. I would do it with the WPO. But I can be like, oh yeah, this river is, like, really full. And it's, like, because it's raining, and it's, like, overflowing, and it's... The fucking ocean waves are getting assisted into it because I haven't set up a boundary and whatever. Or, like, oh, it's, like, hasn't rained in fucking years, and it's, like, it's chillin'. Chillin' big style. Can that just like... Is that water ever going to disappear? Oh, I guess it would have to drain. No, doesn't it have sim assist on it? I don't know. Maybe if I go out? Okay, now it's gone. Then if I come in... Right, okay, it was actually trying to drain out. So dumb. Yeah, the aim is that, you know, it can have varying levels of fullness and still, you know, like if it's a tiny little flowing creek, it'll be like interacting with all the little rocks and all that kind of stuff. But then like maybe it starts raining and the river starts flowing more. And then all of a sudden those rocks down there doesn't give a fuck, you know? It only cares about like these ones and whatever. Built-in water interaction with the player now when you enable water advanced plugin with liquid seasons only normals. Yeah, I think they're just using a ripple solver. Or just like a ripple propagator, which is what I used to do in this plugin. Where, yeah, like you just do radial ripples and they can like reflect off the boundaries and whatever, but I don't know. I've never actually used the Unreal Water plugin. I've only ever heard bad experiences about it. But, you know, I mean... Oh, well, no, okay, the thing about the Unreal Water... I'm going on another tangent. I haven't done any fucking work today. It's been like 3.5 hours. But... Unreal Water plugin seems really good. And, like, I'm sure it is really good. But they released it unfinished, got everyone hyped about it, and then they've, like, essentially just, like, killed it, or, like, stopped supporting it, and, yeah, destroys the landscape, needlessly hiding data. Like, you can't access the river spline points in-game. But it's like, okay, well, like, what if I wanted a fucking boat to follow the river spline for navigation? It's like, I can't access those landscape spline point datas anywhere. Like, it's just not... It's all obfuscated. Like, I feel like it's too baked in to the engine. Or, like it kind of... It digs too deep into the engine instead of sitting on top of it, which is how I've designed my system, where it's like, oh yeah, I can have this plane, or you know what, I can even make this a fucking cube if I want, or a sphere. We can just be like, okay, I have sphere. Let's make it not... Where's the regular sphere? Just give me the... Bro, where is sphere? Sphere. Of some size, you know, oh yeah, cool, looks like this. I can place that down. Sweet. And then as long as it's drawing to runtime virtual texture water height and runtime virtual texture water data, then my plugin will just, you know, take that and be like, oh yeah, cool, that is water. I think that is water. And... material function, it just fucking works, you know? Like, how long did that take me? 10 seconds. Obviously, this isn't how you would use this plugin. Just disclaimer. But, like, you don't have to fuck around with these big tools and shit. You can just, like... You know? You just do it. Just smack it in there. PCG, you might be able to actually... Yeah. Yeah, potentially. Just want something create something that works in Fortnite. I didn't care about exposing stuff or being flexible with other use. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, a lot of the Unreal native plugins feel like leftover scraps from, you know, other projects. They're definitely not built from the ground up to be a plugin. Because, like, why spend extra time and resources making something usable for everyone when, you know, as long as Fortnite can implement it, then it's good to go. Which is a shame, because, like, I feel like the water plugin had a lot of potential. Like, just having a unified water system where it's like, okay, this is an ocean, this is a thing, whatever. Just that, like, people could kind of drag and drop. But even then, it just doesn't make the cut. Kayak canoe game where you float down procedurally generated rivers. Do you say the good use of prismatic? Would rivers have velocities? Yes, that's actually a very that is not trying to toot my own horn. Oh, my internet's fucking dead. Are we back? Hold on. Come on, internet. You can do it. You can do it. All right, we've recovered. My plugin is not trying to toot my own horn, but my plugin is probably one of the only, or will be once this update's out, ways to, like, handle procedural water well. Because, you know, you'll be creating your rivers from splines, presumably. And then those rivers will draw their velocity, like the spline velocity, to an RVT. And then, you know, and that all obviously gets done at runtime, where, like, you can't bake a huge worldwide render target for the river velocities and shit. You know, you might be making it... your game might be generating rivers on the fly endlessly, like fucking... Subway Surfers. Subway Surfers, but for kayaks. And so, like, you know, we can place a new river here and maybe unfuck it a little bit. I don't know. Something like that. Just chuck down a new river at runtime, and, like, bam. It's like, it's watering. It's like whitewater motherfucking rapids. Follows the landscape, does the thing. You know, you get all these little zhuzhy bits. Little, what are they called? Little, like, suckers. Where it sucks. And that's just, like, all, yeah, runtime shit. So, yeah, very handy for runtime water. Ignore this. That won't be an issue. That banding. And also ignore the ocean waves happening in the river and whatnot. So yeah, this could be a and this will all have like asynchronous GPU readback. So you'll be able to get the water height at a given location and the water velocity at a given location, and then apply that to your character. Or you could, yeah, if you had like multiple, like I guess you call them pontoons, or multiple probes along the boat, then you could, yeah, you could even do stuff like, okay, well, like they're all dot product in line with the velocity, therefore it's not gonna, like if you're in a boat, you can kind of move, well, I mean, not up this kind of stream, but you can move upriver as long as you're like dead on with the flow, because it's not pushing back on you very much because, you know, you're in line with it. Whereas if you're on the side, it's like really like pushing you around and shit. So you could just have 3 probes or several probes along the length of the boat and do, yeah, like a bunch of nice physics and buoyancy and shit like that. There's no issue with saying they'll deliver a great feature that will help all the devs. In reality, it's a very specific half-assed solution that only works for them. It's half-assed, but they're already delivered in 5.6. Some of the work there was due to their collaboration, or the solution is coming in 5.7 on Nanite foliage shit. Yeah, I mean, Nanite itself is a half-assed solution. I mean, you're not wrong. Nanite is not the Nanite is not sliced bread. Let's put it that way. Not quite as good. But yeah, it's like solution for the specific problem. They market as one fits all solution that instantly triples. Yeah, but yeah. Like, yeah, it is actually useful for specific use cases, but I think they do market it as a very, like, oh, this is like game-changing. Unreal Engine situation is the absolute state of Unreal Engine 5. Unreal Engine 5 is a game changer. But yeah, I hope that CDPR, I hope that, like, with the more widespread adoption of Unreal within, like, bigger companies and stuff, that we do get some of the dregs, you know, some of the arms for the poor indie developers. So as waves get closer, they slow down. To the shoreline, I mean. And, like, obviously, it depends a lot on, like, the actual depth of the thing. I don't give a fuck about that. I just want these to do some stuff. So that would mean that our shore wave... Probably want to... How the fuck do I want to do this? This is crazy. The other thing to keep in mind is that now that I'm simulating the immediate area, like how big are these waves? Or like how much are these waves? How detailed do they really need to be when they're not in our little land? They're obviously way too fucking large as well, and fast. So coastal waves move way slower because as they come in from the ocean waves are unimpeded by the ocean floor. But then as waves reach, is it half their wavelength? If the floor is closer than half their wavelength, then they start to, like, feel the bottom of the ocean. So the energy dissipates, and they start to kind of lean forward, and the front of it slows down more than the back of it, and that causes it to, like, flop over and that kind of shit. Let's ignore all of that. And instead, just fucking YOLO. So I think I want to put the oh, no, because we... well, yeah. Because the shore waves and the ocean waves don't actually interact with one another. They just blend between them. In my case. So I can probably run them in two separate functions, which would be way easier to manage, rather than having just a giga function. I mean, I could wrap them in a function that then goes and, you know, combines all their fucking masks and shit together. But I think I want to put this, but then single Gersonner wave. How can this unfuck itself? Well, like, do shore waves slow down? Waves typically slow down as they approach a shore and enter shallower water. This phenomenon is shoaling is caused by the friction between the wave and the seabed. As the wave slows down, its wavelength, the distance between the crests decreases while its height increases. Okay, but does the head of the wave slow down? Because I don't give a fuck about what's under the water, because this is just a mesh. Does the peak of shore waves slow down? Okay, so it does slow down, but not as much as at the bottom. That's what causes it to flip over. Yeah. Okay. Employer has a megacore will help me. They'll help their shareholders. I think in the case of Epic and like Unreal, it's a case of helping everyone gets more people into the ecosystem, which then pleases shareholders because everyone's, you know, using Unreal. So I think while their motivations might not necessarily be, you know, pure, the result is a net positive, I would say. All right, here's our unsolicited shore waves. I mean, undistorted shore waves. Alright, how the fuck am I doing this? This is difficult. Especially since I, like, sketched together this, like, whole bullshit one. That use wave time 1, 2, 3, and 4. That's our distortions. Which, okay, so, okay. Well, yeah, you know, yeah, well, you know. So maybe I will just chuck these guys. Oh, not you. Fuck off. Let's make a function within a function. As we do. Or we don't. I'm just so confused. Look, I guess we just need something. You know what? I can probably just fucking keep this as is. Like, that looks like shore waves, right? Looks good enough. Fuck it. Let's just go with that. Although, I do want to schmoove out. Oh, maybe I already do that in the lerp. Where's our shore lerp? Where are you coming from? Shore lerp, shore gradient, 1 minus. I chuck a little contrast on that. Contrast on that MF. And then go to the schlurp. That should be like, oh yeah, here's ocean, here's shore. Sure thing. Yeah, that's gross, but yeah. So we would want to do this, but I also want to take... So this is 0 in here, 1 out here. This just blends between the shore and the dunes. Yeah, so 1 is shore wave. Well, then I guess I technically don't want to blend it back into these waves. I want to blend it into fucking 0. Which means we actually want to do it after. Also, another thing about shore waves is that they all end up moving at the same speed, don't they? And they also don't, I don't know, like, these shore waves are, like, very frequent. But that's not really how they work, right? I'm scared. I'm scared. Shorewave gradient. If I add power to that, right, then this will actually, like, shorten and slow down as they get closer. What the fuck? Oh, wait, that's the big one. Hold on. Let's do it back here. Yes. Yes. Okay, wrong way. If I get this gradient 1 minus... Oh, wait, would it be... 1 minus power 1 minus. Multiply by the length of the shore, or this gradient. So that should, in theory, make them start fast, but then slow down and squish up as they get towards the shore. This is like an exponential doodad. Which is technically, yeah, it's more thinger. Now, do I... No, I don't change the amplitude based on the thing. Although, why do they fade off towards the inside here? Like, is that because something I'm doing? Or is that just me tripping balls? You know, they're definitely fading off towards the shore. Let's just keep that at 2. Shore multiplier. That's it. Okay, okay. So this sign is way too... If I didn't... Fuck with that. If I just said... Round... Wait, why are you doing that? Round and 1 minus? Round these nuts. Doesn't make sense. Oh, no, it does. It's saying that... Well, if I just did... Shore multiplier by 1. Okay, so this is just shore waves. And they get blended in. And they do shore wave things. And then as they get really close, they just keep going. And that's probably how it should be. We've got some sweet tubes. Tubity doobities. It's not really how it should work, but... Yeah, it's probably only like right here when they're like underneath the ground that I want them to chill the fuck out. Maybe. So that would mean getting the gradient. So this is 1 over here, 0 out there. If I get this to the power of giga, power of 6, then flip that MF, then well, not even multiply, just like chuck that motherfucker in there. So right towards the end, they should fade out. Yeah, but that's not right towards the end, is it? That's like... I mean, it's pretty close. Wait, have I done that the wrong way? Maybe don't. No, maybe 1 minus it. Oh my god, piss off, brother. What are you doing? Get there. You're gonna live up here. Little shit. And then you're gonna go into there. Then... don't 1 minus it. Let's do that. That should be 0 here. Oh no, we'd want to do an inverse... inverse exponent. So... oh god, can I... shit's so fucking annoying. Hold on. What's with math? Who even invented math? What kind of sicko was like, oh, math? Like, bro, get a life. Nerd. Sure, multiply it. Okay. So if we have this... we've got the shore gradient, which is 1 over here, 0 over there. You know what I'm saying? 1 in the middle, 0 out here. What happens to it? Where did it all go wrong? Wow, they're really angry. Angry waves. So if it's 1 here, but I want to clip it right towards the end, then I would want to subtract 0.9, multiply u by 10, and then saturate u, and then 1 minus, and then scoopity boopity. Cool. So that should fall it off in the last 10th. Yep. Relatively so. No? Did I? No. Oh, that's a shore lerp. Get the fuck out. You are him. This guy is what I wanted to put it in. So now they should chill at the very end. Yeah? No? Okay, what if I did like 0.5? Okay, let's do this one. Not the 1 minus did one. Right, now it should cut off here and be... what the fuck? Why are you like this? I'm taking the shore gradient. Yeah, shore gradient. 1, 0. Can I just like get a... do I have a debug output? Debug Ds. All right, let me just put that into there. Go back into this guy. Debug Ds. Base color. Yep. Actually, where was that coming from before? Was it this guy? Yes. Okay. How do you decide between materials and Niagara for something like this? Good question. Good question. Oh, this goes out really far, doesn't it? Is that just because of that exponentiality? That is a linear gradient. All the way to there. So then what? Oh, that's not in the fucking RVT bounds now. Oop, there we go. Okay. Right, because I'm subtracting 0.5. Yeah. Materials in Niagara for something like... So... Niagara is good when stuff needs to have state, if that makes sense. So, like, for something like interactive water, Niagara makes a lot of sense because you're essentially running a shader that needs to know what it was doing the frame before. To do things like render targets, you know, this kind of stuff. Where it's like, oh yeah, here's the velocity. And so with the velocity, move the values around and whatnot. Whereas something like materials, you can't really... Materials are like stateless. So a material can't have logic in it at all. Whereas like a Niagara compute shader can have like, it can have logic. So in materials, a lot of things just use like deterministic functions, like let's get the world position plus time, put that through a sine wave of period 100, and then use that to blow the grass back and forth. And so for any, you know, position... So everything is known within a material. You know what time is, you know the world position, therefore it doesn't need to know the time and world position, you know, from the previous frame or anything like that. It just does exactly what it, you know, it just solves an equation. Whereas something like this is like, it's an unknown state at any given time, and it solves every pixel depending on its neighbors each frame. What does a water mesh consist of? Is it a separate mesh or are you just defining the landscape and stuff like that? This water here is actually not real. It's two-dimensional. It's just a lot of trickery. Looks pretty convincing. This water here is three-dimensional. You can actually see where like one of the planes starts, because I haven't synced up their materials yet. But this one here is just a mesh, just like a pre-placed, like tessellated, or I guess subdivided mesh. This is what it looks like underneath the landscape. It's a bit funny. So yeah, this mesh and also this mesh is separate. But the shallow, like this surface water here, is just totally fake. Just completely material. Let's see if my internet can handle a bit of a an upgrade. Oh yeah, we haven't crashed yet. So yeah, this stuff here just gets it's just a material function that handles everything, so it just works on the thingo. It does take into account the texture, like you can see that it'll bend around this rock slightly. Yeah. Which is just, yeah, because of the height map. If I actually went into here and I set the RVT, let's go to like 50 or something. This will make it so that the texture, like, really... it'll, like, really avoid these rocks now. Because according to the simulation, this rock is, like, 25 units tall. But it's actually just the texture. But usually you wouldn't rely this much on textures usually. Pretty handy for tiles, I guess. To have it, like, you know, scoot in between them and stuff. Because obviously you wouldn't want all your tiles to be meshes. So I guess that's where it can really come in handy. It's actually pretty dope. I'm pretty impressed with myself on this one. Even something like as subtle as this, like, you know, the white water in the tile cracks. Pretty cool. I get too addicted to, like, just dicking around with the plugin. I don't think I'll ever get anything done because I'm addicted. Okay, let's do these shore wavy dudes. So they're starting fast. They're coming in. Then they slow down and steepen. They steepen. Now what we want to do... This mask needs to be way chiller. Ocean waves, shore multiply. So if this was like this, then the waves should... like, be out here, at least? Yeah. I might even, like, this shore lerp. I might even, like, just buff it up a bit. So that it's like a bit more, yeah, like out here. Or like halfway, it's like fully shore waves. What the fuck's going on here? Why are they all... Oh, right, because of the debug stuff. No, I should probably let it be subtle out here. Right, but then right here, I want it to calm down a bit. So that's where shore multiplier is going to come in handy. We want this to be like this. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. So that is the wrong way around. Wrong way around. I think I want to do this, then subtract, multiply, saturate, then 1 minus again, so that this part is now black. Maybe we'll go 1/8. That's 5. Yeah, and so then we want the shore waves to just like dissipate. Because this will be like underneath the... Do you know what I mean? This will be like under here. So we probably need to chill it out a tiny bit. So yeah, that will then go into there. And that will be the waves chilling. They will turn into nothingness right here. Yeah. Cool, cool, cool. Because yeah, I think the mesh will definitely need to start, you know, in the land. Just for things like tides rising up and going down, you know? Because, like, I don't actually want to move or change the gradient at all. Yeah. And yeah, I think this interference is okay. It's very Gersonner-esque. It'll also help if these weren't unidirectional ocean waves. Which I don't even know if that's physically correct. Even if the wind was only blowing in one direction. Like, do ocean waves... What happens if wind only blows one direction? What happens to ocean waves if wind only blows one direction? The waves it generates will generally travel in that same direction. However, waves can also be influenced by other factors like the shape of the coastline, the depth of the water, causing them to refract/bend and change direction as they approach the shore. Waves are created by the transfer of energy from the wind to the water. The direction of the wind directly influences the direction the waves travel. Waves can travel long distances from where they were generated, becoming swells that can travel in different location, in different directions than the local wind. Well, yeah, I guess, like... see, that's the thing, right? Like, if you had wind... You know, like this big block of wind blowing waves, it would do this, right? It would, like, do waves going this way, but, you know, this would happen, because waves propagate directionally. And then, like, yeah. So I guess they would end up becoming omnidirectional in the ocean just because of, like, minor deviations. I think for my game, I'll do some omnidirectional Gersonner waves, but have, like, the first two be, you know, or, like, maybe every second one will be a random direction. I don't fucking know. It's just like... Anyway, I need to pee. BRB. Oh, no, wait, no, wrong button. I'm back. How is everyone? How are you, chicken? Can I rotate you? Get rotated, chicken. You're a sweet girl. I'm gonna scratch you. Hey, can I check your eye? Can I check your eye? Pimples? All good. You are clean. You have been cleansed. All right, let's yeah, I think we need a bit of omnidirectionality. Oh, I wonder if I can do. No, that wouldn't look right. Well. Yeah. Well, yeah. All right, we're going on like a waves detour. I know we all love waves so much. Ocean Manager. Okay. Also, ocean waves, this doesn't even... Does that actually do shit? Ocean wave static profile. No, that was an old thing. Yeah. Ah. No. Okay, so we've got our ocean waves, global amplitude multiplier, deep amplitude multiplier, shore amplitude multiplier. We've got our amplitudes here, which are... low pass, deep low pass, shore low pass. Probably don't need that. Got our time distortions, wavelengths here. I think I'll do like a directions. So, new one. Ocean waves directions. Is it going to be a twofer? Oh, although, wait, can it even... We can't send vector 2Ds in, can we? Unless I do the directions as angles, as floats. That's kind of dumb. But it's also not that bad of an... Oh, no, because... Well, no. Oh, well, I mean, it would... Technically... You know, that's probably not the worst idea. If I get world position, right? And I'm like, oh yeah, get the fucking X. Because that's obviously our gradient that our wave's going to travel along. No, wait, how the fuck would I do? I get this. And I would rotate... Custom rotator. UVs, whatever. Rotation center, 0, 0. Rotation angle. Blah, 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 blah. Does this just use a... I don't know. Okay, it does a dotter. Scalar, sine. Negative sine, cosine, append. Input UVs, rotation center, don't care. They're going to be 0. Dotted against zeros. So it would literally just be this part, right? Which is... Sounds like a pain in the dick. I think I would just go with a... No, because I can't set a fucking 2-vector... A parameter has to be a 4-vector. Or a 1-vector. But you can't set 2-fers or 3-fers. It has to be a 4-fer. Or a 1-er. What's cheaper, a sine and a cosine, or a normalize? Because normalize has a square root. But sine and cosine are also fucking who knows. think I'll just do it as a float. Ocean waves, directions, array. Right click. There you go. Yeah. 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 Well, yeah. Unless I turn my amplitude, length, direction, etc. into a 4 vector. Sounds kind of fucked up. Sounds very unnecessary. And it is. So I'm not going to do that. Do that 8 times per vertex though. If the values were normalized beforehand, like in here, that would be great. But I don't think you can normalize a... No, I could do, like, on construction. I can't do construction in edit, though. Yeah, no, I could do construction script, look through all of the vectors, normalize all the 2D vectors. Unless they're 0, in which case I want it to be you know, towards world center. Huh. 1.56 yet? I just haven't actually, no, I installed it yesterday. I installed 5.6 yesterday. Yeah, I need to just convert my project over and whatnot. I was going to do the Prismatiscape update for 5.6. I know a lot of people have been wondering and whatnot. But I've been all over the place the past week. Trying to, like, I'm in water mode, and I just can't deal with, like, admin stuff. Otherwise, I'll just, like, I don't know. As soon as I exit the, you know how, like, some people have, like, flow state, where it's like they're in the zone short term? I feel like I get into, like, flow states, but over the course of, like, a month, you know? And if I have to deviate from that, that's the end. Does that make sense? Does anyone else feel like that? Am I crazy? Am I just silly boy? Alright, so what if I do the directions as... I could store them as 2D vectors. Vector 2D. The waves can't go, like, up and down, you know? Flow vacation, that's that's it. Ocean wave direction. Okay, so so this should have 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. What the fuck? Stop it. Compile. Give me some default values, you piece. Hey, stop that. Ah, am I clicking on the bin? I think I've been... Yeah, okay. So, construction script, ocean wave directions. Let's just for each. Roop. You know what, I'm gonna function this. Normalize ocean. Normalize wave directions. Let's normalize 2D. What's normalize in place? Normalize vector in place. Oh, no, fuck that. Normalize 2D. However, we want to do just a break, add together if both of them. Oh wait, can I absolute get abs 2D? There you go. Alright, if the length, you know what, I can just do a length, can't I? Length 2D. Direction and length. Sick. If length greater than 0, then chuck the normalized fella in. We're going to be making a local boy. Local boy. We're going to go add. Bam. If true, smack this guy in there. If false, then set it to fucking, I don't know, well, 0, 0. Because I want it to, yeah, we set all our wave directions and shit. All the interference and whatnot. I also don't really need to. I think I'm gonna do a. I might even do it this stream. Oh, it's getting a bit late. I'm gonna do a pre-baked, like FFT flip book for the like micro water WPO detail shit, which I might even use in the rivers as well. Because reasons, basically. Right, and then at the end, let's set this guy, set ocean waves directions to be the local boy. Cool. I'll definitely do that. That's a local variable. That's all cool. Sick. So that should get called on construction. Sick. So wave directions, I think I want the first two, the largest ones, to be radial from the world origin for my game. But then if they are not, can I run that in? No, but I can't call it from in here, can I? Yeah. Well, yeah, you know, yeah. Yeah. Yo, my drawing, how's it going? Welcome in, Raiders. Raider. How was the stream? Please tell me all about it. What were you working on? How are you? Do you feel like crying as much as I do? Maybe not. Maybe, maybe not. Maybe, maybe not. Oh, I should convert this into 4 vectors. Unless I need extra parameters, but then it's like... I don't know, this is so messy. I'm in like big mess mode. Everything's going wrong. Raiders. I'm untethered and my rage knows no bounds. Around about BPs. Okay. I understand. I get it. I'm with you. I'm currently working on God knows what. Just water shit. It's always water shit. I haven't streamed in a little while, but I'm just I don't know. Just water. You know how it is. Apologies for the poor stream quality as well. The internet gods. I mean, it's just living in Australia. You know, the internet's fucked up. The internet is garbage. What were you actually working on? Aside from getting mad. I haven't streamed in a little while, so you probably haven't seen this, but this is I was doing the surface water shader for like rain and stuff while I was having a week off. So there's like the shallow water part of the shallow water simulation, which is for like this kind of stuff when it's like pouring rain, you're in your dystopian cyberpunk city, just pouring rain, and you know, in the gutters and shit. Wherever you go, there is drizzle. Except over there, apparently. Let's just fix that. Shit. Is this flood while using height map of the landscape, or is there extra water layer on top of the landscape? It's this part here is just a shader effect. But the simulation, so the underlying simulation, is the same between the actual like mesh water and this. This is all just like fake, fake water, like just 2D, no mesh. You know, just uses the material. But it does factor in the... You can, like, send in... How do I put it? So if you know about RVTs... all of my simulation runs off of sampling RVTs, just because they're, like, easily accessible and cheap-ish to read from, rather than doing, like, a scene capture all the time. And they're all managed, and, you know, they can cover the entire world and that kind of shit. But in a material, usually you would just put in, like, the vertex height. You know, just the height of the verts in world space. But what I've opted to do is actually add in some of the, like, the height texture. So in this tile texture, there's a height map, and so we add that in to the RVT height. And so in the simulation, we end up... Where the hell is it? Where are my RVTs? Well, okay, here's what the normals look like, according to the simulation. So So if I, like, do this, you can see the normals of the water updating. It also takes into account where there isn't water, but that's sort of irrelevant. But you can see the velocities, you know, also take that into account. This is the water height here. Oh, no, maybe that's the... No, this is the height. Yeah. So this is the amount of water. And so, yeah, it does take the texture into account as well as geometry. So, like, if I changed the texture back to the rocks that we were using before, like this, give it a little save, then this will update pretty much immediately to reflect the rocks, you know. So it'll, like, go around this rock and whatnot. So it's pretty dope. It's like, it's essentially like, you know, like in terrain generation software, and you usually have a, you do, like, erosion maps and all that kind of stuff. This is essentially doing that, but in real time around the player. So obviously it doesn't extend super far. I'll blend it in a lot better. But, yeah, it can essentially do that in real time and give you the result at, like, a very fine detailed level. Because obviously you couldn't bake something like this with that amount of detail to the entire map. If that makes sense. And then it's also interactive. You know, I can move it around and add water, and it can flow into the ocean and the rivers and all that kind of stuff. So it's a pretty all-encompassing little simulation, which is a part of my current plugin project thing called Prismatiscape. Wow, cool. So cool. It is pretty cool. Do you have a video on material instruction guide? If not, what's the real world performance lost with a material that has more instructions than another material? I would look at Ben Cloward's video about instruction count, because instruction count can be very misleading, because some instructions are more costly than other instructions, but it doesn't tell you that, you know. If you have, like, 100 adds in a row, you know, add this parameter to this parameter to this parameter, you have 100 instructions. But if you were like, okay, let's do the square root of this parameter of the square root of this parameter 100 times, it would still tell you you've got 100 instructions, but one of them would be costing, like, 200 times the other. Obviously, the square root is a lot more expensive than an addition. So there isn't really... Basically, like, if your game runs like shit, then your game runs like shit. Instruction count is a good, like, first indicator that maybe something isn't optimal. And so if I was looking at, like, my landscape, and I was like, oh, my landscape's in the red, you know, then the best thing to do would be to set up your camera, or your viewport, check your FPS, swap the material out for, like, a blank one, and see how much frames, or how many milliseconds it's costing you, you know, with that, like, kind of control A/B test. And then if it's like, oh yeah, like, I only lost 5 FPS, like, I went from 125 to 120, then it's like, okay, that's acceptable. And even if it's, like, in the white, even if it's, like, 1,000 instructions, as long as it's not chugging your game down super hard, then there's nothing wrong with it. Some shaders are just going to be inherently very costly, and there's no way around that. Like, water shaders are usually super costly. Translucent stuff, usually super costly. But you can't really get around it. So it's just about, like, is it within acceptability? What the hell was I doing before? Can I just save all of that, please? King, still working on a game. I am, indirectly. Oh, I mean, I'm kind of like... I'm always working on my game, you know. But I just wanted to add some extra stuff to this plugin project. Because I felt like the plugin was in a good place. And it's obviously sold very well. But I feel like it can be a bit better. And there were things I wanted to add to it anyway. And so I'm just doing all that now. Getting it in, like, a really good place. Having it, like, marketable. With, like, a proper test environment that I can package and send out to whoever wants to download it and dick around with it. And then once it's, like, kind of done and dusted and just sitting there generating plenty of revenue and whatever, then I could just do game stuff, you know? But I am still working on game stuff in the background. Yeah. Both in brain and out of brain. All right, let me close tabs to the right. Yes, do that. Cool, cool. That's our coastal spline. So the coastal spline's pretty much good to go. So now it is shader o'clock. So this is our deep ocean. Now we need to... I wonder if I want to do like a... What's the deal with shore waves? Because, like, shore waves, it seems like... I don't know. Let me just watch some footage. Where's, like, that sick surfing footage? At Nazare. Chief in dick around at your service. Nazaire? Nazaire? Is it Nazaire or... Check out some sick... I mean, these are like fucking 60 footers. They just place the same energy. Yeah, but like... It seems like... I mean, that's definitely a full wavelength there. Lose height, gain speed. No, it's actually the opposite, Paradox. They actually lose speed, but gain height. But I'm just wondering, like, this looks too... Do you know what I mean? Like... I mean, again, these are, like, mega waves. Oh, it's so good. Look at that water simulation. Crazy. Look at all that. Look at all those particles. Yeah, I've got ideas about curls. One other thing, right, is that ocean waves never break. Like in the deep ocean. Because there's nothing that, I mean, you know, do you know what I mean? Like they can kind of like destabilize and fall down themselves. But they never, like, barrel over, right? Because the barreling is caused by the gradient of the shore and the front end slowing down quicker than the back end, you know. And, you know, the friction is greater at the bottom, and so the water, you know, doesn't circulate as much down here and ends up just tipping over and whatever. But obviously, in the deep ocean, there's nothing, like... They're not feeling the bottom of the ocean. Like, the bottom of the ocean is just, like, fucking dead still. Once the depth exceeds the wavelength, or half the wavelength, or some shit, then ocean waves just, like, don't care. So... yeah, I don't know. Well, let me see, like, really big ocean waves. What about really big, deep ocean waves? Like a storm, you know? Is that real? Here you go, shipping storm. Oh, it's a fucking shorts. Are there any... Here we go. Warship hit my monster wave near Antarctica. Pog. So this is like ocean waves. And again, they are directional. So obviously the wind is blowing this way. And yeah, so they do... They break from the top, and they kind of roll down themselves. It's a bit wet. There you go. But they don't barrel. Okay, that barreled. Okay, so maybe... Yeah, okay, no, I guess because in the deep ocean, the speed of the wave is purely determined by its wavelength. Therefore, if there are multiple waves of different wavelengths, when those waves overlap, or one passes the other, then it can cause destabilization. So maybe that's fine to do. But yeah, what I had... idea for doing, like, barreling and shit is to use ribbon particles. Yeah? So, like, we use our render target, we figure out where the water is, like, breaking, you know, in our simulation range, and then spawn ribbon particles out from there using the same water shader. Or, like, you know, the single layer water shader. You know what I mean? I don't know, after looking at that footage, I'm kind of thinking, like, do I really need to have omnidirectional waves? Because, like, I can just do time distortions, you know, to kind of, like, fake that a bit. What do you guys reckon? Like, should I just have a general ocean wave direction? And just apply, like, yeah, this, like, little time distorter to it? And just call it a day there? Because then I don't know. Because I'm also going to have, like, a flip book. For, like, micro, you know, like FFT waves on top of this. So I don't know, like, do you know what I mean? Like, maybe I just say fuck having independent directions. Let me just hard code in, like, a couple of different directions real quick. Gotta simulate wind. Way ahead of you. Way ahead of you. We did that the other month. So yeah, if I just said... Let's put all these back in, right? Let's chuck you... Can I just put these all up here, please? This shore wave stack. 1, 2, oops. 3. Oh no, that's just for the shore waves. I'm looking at these ones. Oh, no, I want them to go straight in. You into there. You into there. You into there. The other thing is, though, like, this Gersonner wave sim... Yeah, I don't know. Let me just do ocean gradient, ocean wave direction. So if I just said, give me this normalized, and then got to simulate the world spinning and form the Coriolis. If I got to simulate the moon to have tides, I know you're saying that, like, ironically, but way ahead of you. And yes, it also simulates equatorial, you know, heat distribution and seasons, length of day. Yes. Don't you worry. I've got it under control. And yes, that isn't a joke. I'm sorry. Normalize, blah, 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 world position. I'm pretty sure I just... So this would be direction, V2. And this dotted against this gives us the gradient. So now we should see one of them just kind of going in its own... going its own way. So that's number 8. Let me just do another one here. So that would be gradient. This would be direction. And we'll do another one. We'll do 3. Although they're going to be different. Okay, you know, I can see them. They're these little small ones. Obviously, I need to make them bigger. Gradient, direction. So if I went to ocean waves, And we went to... You know what? Fuck it. I'll do 4 of them. I mean, the main 4 are for the big boys. And then the rest are just for... I don't know. For whatever. And they can also get distorted, by the way. We can also distort them. So let's set their distortion to 0. Go to their wave lengths. And just boof them up. Get boofed. That's some big-ass waves. It's like a 20-meter wavelength. Technically, 20-meter wavelength isn't uncommon. That's like pretty standard for some shit. You know? Now we're talking. Whoa. Oh, I guess it doesn't work in the... Anyway. Go back to... the thing. So, okay, down here, we've got like these biggish ones, you know, doing whatever. They're all around, I don't know, what, fucking 3,000 or some shit. Randomize these values, do some whatever. So yeah, now all of those ones are going to go in random directions. Okay, they're probably a little bit too big for being like auxiliary waves and shit. And potentially they're all not going... You know what? Let's just do a fucking upish, downish, leftish, rightish. Okay, that's more like Gersonner-esque. Why is there so much fucking foam? So yeah, like that's like, you know, it's a thing. That's how waves can look sometimes, maybe. Okay, if I make it negative, they don't get foam, so that's a bit better. And yes, I understand it doesn't actually look better. And then if I take the time distortions and we boof them up a little bit, maybe like a 20,000, 30,000, I don't know, 30-something thousand, 20, 38,000. Just chuck a big-ass distortion on them. So with no distortions anywhere, we end up with this. Looks dumb as fuck, but, you know. Technically plausible. Maybe not those ones. They're the smaller ones, aren't they? Yeah. I don't know. It lacks structure. I feel like with Gersonner waves, you really have to do, like, shit tons of them in, like, every direction to really work, you know? I think with 8, just doing... you know, single direction with time distortion's probably fucking fine. Four enough for rivers? Probably 0 for rivers, honestly. I don't think rivers need any Gersonner waves. Like, yeah, I think this looks better than the previous, you know? Lakes, then? Yeah, I do need to think about lakes, because lakes, like, obviously large lakes can form, like, wind waves. So I think what I want to do is have... So there's, like, this coastal mask, coastal spline here. This is a very small level as well. But I think I want to be able to do, like, the inverse of it. So anything within this is, like, a lake, which I can do by, like, setting the blue value to be negative. And so, and that will also be, like, the way that, yeah, rivers and lakes get masked out of the... Because, like, currently you can see this river. Currently this river's just fucked up, but... So yeah, currently the river is, like... it's kind of lerping towards the waves, the Gersonner waves. Which looks stupid, you know? Like, look at that. Why is it doing that? Why does it do this? So that obviously needs to change. Can the Coastal Spline change at runtime? Yes, it can be generated at runtime as well, like if you're doing procedural. Yeah, quite easily. And because it's... This is one of the benefits of using RVTs over, like, a pre-baked render target and whatnot, is that, like, this can... Yeah, like, it can change, or it can be generated at runtime. I wouldn't recommend changing it actively like this. You can see the stutter that it's causing. But yeah, it can definitely be, like, if you're generating a level, then, yeah, totally fine. So you didn't C++ make the plugin. If you did, why Niagara? Some of the functionality is written in C++, like the debug, well, not the debug shapes, the actual input into the simulation is gathered in C++, because it uses gameplay logic, you know. So, like, you know, the animation is done on the CPU side, characters exist in CPU side, physics is all CPU and whatever. And so we just gather those positions and send them in to Niagara in C++. But the main reason for using Niagara is because we are... Let's take, like, the water, for example. We are doing... Let's see. Water velocity render target. 384 by 384. That is 384 times 384. So we're iterating over an array, or, well, not even one array. I guess you could think of it as we're iterating over an array of complex structs and doing heaps of math to an array that's 150,000 entries long every single frame. Which, if you tried to do that on a CPU, it would explode. But because we're doing it on the GPU in Niagara, or using Niagara, it just eats it up. Like, no worries, you know? So, yeah. And HLSL... Right, yeah. So, it gets compiled into HLSL. As all, you know, materials get compiled into HLSL. Niagara compute shaders get compiled into HLSL. It's just like the user-facing stuff. I just find it way easier to manage because I'm a very visual, you know, gig autistic. I just find it way easier to be like, oh yeah, this is like the up, down, left, right pixels. Do this thing. Divide them all by this thing. Whatever. It's just a lot easier to track the kind of... the flow. The execution flow. HLSL and Niagara have the same speed. CPU is faster than BP. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, when it comes to materials and stuff... materials and GPU particles, there isn't really any reason to use or to write HLSL other than you're more comfortable with it. Like, the performance is the same and all that. Alright, I need to wee. Then we're gonna move back to the ocean stuff. I think I'll ditch the direction... like, individual direction idea, especially if we're going to do a flipbook. Yeah. Alright, BRB. All right, I'm back. Speedways, even if this is it's small, maybe the HLSL has lower memory footprint or whatever. Yeah, well, the thing is with Unreal, I don't even know if you can just write a shader without going through, like, the material thing. Like, I think you have to be, like, make a material, get custom, and then write your HLSL and then put that into whatever. But a lot of, like, the garbled bullshit happens, like, if you go to, I don't know where it is, but there's something where you can view the HLSL of the shader, and there's just so much fucking nonsense in there. But even then, that HLSL probably then gets compiled further into, like, machine code or whatever the fuck the GPU wants. Which then... Do you know what I mean? Yeah, All right, lettuce. Lettuce. Ocean Waves Manager. Let's go back into this. I don't think we need to worry about the thing with the stuff. Hello, Lady Cat. You having fun there? I feel like a lot of this banding as well is from this not... Oh no, that's all excluding. Then why is it... you know, I guess... kinda. You're right, computer shader doesn't call them from C++, but it's so much work. Right. Yeah, see, I would just be inclined to use Niagara, because it's like... It's already set up to do that, you know? And you get to use all the nice nodes and all that, so... It's cool. It is cool. Is that because I'm outputting the debug thing? That's what it is. I was debugging the bit here, wasn't I? Okay, it's not... Okay, it's still a bit foamy, but whatever. Ocean Manager, where are you? Edit this guy. Okay, so I don't think we need the wave directions anymore. I think that was... I think we just rely on the baked FFT. Or the flipbook FFT. Screw the time distortions. It's not in use. No live wave directions. Just get out of here. Get out of here, you dog. This function doesn't exist anymore. Goodbye. This is all happy again. Cool. Let's now... Why is that so foamy? Like, bro. You're such a foamer. Foaming at the mouth. Okay, that wasn't it. What the hell's going into the flow map output? Is it just that? Let me just... Oh no, that's the... That's that. Fuck. Just... Fucking... Right, it's here. you know, I'll just... That's good enough for me. Fuck it. And what's that doing? Is that... Alright, then I have something going to the base color. I've got no idea. Let's just... Look, this is all going to get redone anyway. I just want the behavior to be nice. Let's get our shore waves not looking super shit. Okay, so shore waves do increase in amplitude as they get closer to the shore. I think we still want a little bit of crosstalk between the ocean and the shoreline. Also, let's just keep in mind our scale. So if we are... This is about a... let's see. Yeah, okay, why is that not happy? Array data. Ocean time distortions? Wait. Oh, fuck, did I... hello? Where did my... let's just control Z. Feel like I deleted the wrong variable. We're good now. Compile. Don't fuck things up. Thank you. No, Niagara Swarm meshes have distance fields. I think they can. Actually, I'm not sure. They might be able to. Probably only if they're CPU side. But I don't see why not. The modular uses a compute shader for his terrain gen. True. Yeah, like all the noise and all that, and then feed that back in to do that. Also, Self, how are you? Welcome. Alright, so if we are... Hooge? A lady cat will probably... No, not you. It's for me. I just want to get it. You get it closer. You want some peanut? Thank you for that. Shouldn't you be asleep? It's 4:20. I thought we were supposed to be fixing our sleep pattern. Well, yeah. Ooh. English muffins with peanut butter. Hell yeah. That's where it's at. We're on that English muffin grind. Alright, I need a human. Nah, you know, we could probably just look here. You know what? Let me just delete these guys. And then let's just get these... Oh, fuck. Let's get... Wait, what's box select again? Fuck. Does anyone remember what box select is? It's like Control Alt. Yeah. Got it. Fun fact, there is a box select in Unreal. Who would have fucking thought? What a piece of shit. Let's put them down. Oh. Where are ye? Yeah, whatever, it's good enough. Let's go over to here. Dang. All right. Shoreline. I want to move this out of the way. Oakley dokily. Ignore them for now. Let's just do this good. Do this good. So, shoreline waves increase in amplitude slightly as they come to the shore, which means that in here, ocean waves. Let's pull them. Bam. This guy up here. Shore multiplier. I think we just want to multiply it by some value. Add 1. And then multiply this shore multiplier by that one. So this is 1. Then as it gets closer in, as it gets closer and closer, yeah, the amplitude should double all the way until maybe like here-ish. It's a bit crazy. And then here we tell it to just like chill out, you know, at the very end. Just so it kind of doesn't clip through and all that kind of shit. So that's not too bad. Let's also, in our dude, where are our shore wavelengths? Shore wavelengths. Let's make them all bigger. No small boys. Oh, fuck, we've got some real chunkers. Sheesh. Do I want this to include material offsets? No. Oh, so the one going in... No, what the fuck? This guy here is taking in this ocean direction. That's fine. Where do we do... Yeah, no, that should... Eh? Is that banding from the RVT? Also, yes, I know this was giga fucked up. Because it is. I don't even apply tide offset, do I? Shore wavelength amplitude multiplier. Should that be less? Or should that be more? Let's go 0.5. This is like reasonably like choppy waves, you know? The other 360 instructions? Yeah, it's a bit crazy. Obviously, it won't be that bad. At some point. Once I've, like, redone it. I promise. Let's try just only 4 shore waves. Like, I feel like with less shore waves, it doesn't even look that much different. Like, there's just less bullshit happening. It also gets rid of a lot of those lines and shit, so I'm guessing that was just from the, Oh, there was one at the very end that was a very short wavelength. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like 4 is probably fine. For wavelengths is... Especially once there's that flipbook in there, doing flipbook stuff, you know. Plus we got all the distortions happening. Have a nice solution for the tile seams of different LODs? Yeah, overlapping the tiles. But you can't tell. Oh, what? Oh, right, the stream. Yeah, classic. Classic Prismatica Dev stream. Oh, good, Moya. Have a absolute ripper. That's Australian for have a good time. You know what? I can just, with this coastline, if I chuck down a fella. Yeah, it's actually really easy to fill in the center here, because I can just be like... as long as it doesn't do that, I can just make this one draw first, and this one draw second. Translucency... that's right. Can I do that in here? Constructo McScripto. Add spline component. Translucency sort priority. I want you to come sort of towards the... Yeah. Yeah, whatever. And then as long as this one gets drawn first... You know what? This one should probably be at, like, -1. In terms of water data stuff, because we'd want to... Would we ever want to draw stuff over it? I guess if other things aren't drawing to the normals, they don't override the normals. Which is a nice thing about the RVT shit. Oh, you're talking to Mydrong. I see. I thought you were asking about the ocean tiles. Yeah, I just give them a little bit of padding so that if this one is at a lower LOD than this one, doesn't really matter because there's like some overlap and it yeah, you'll like never see a hole even with some pretty crazy WPO. But a lot of that's because of the single layer water shader and how it works. Like you don't see any Z fighting because it does a Z pass just for the water. So does that mean, what's this one drawing then? Yeah, that's -1. It should be getting drawn last then, so what's changed? That one should be getting drawn first. It's the default colors and shit. What's this one doing? You're dead to me. And then this one in here, the small fella, where... Okay, you get out. I don't care about you. Show me the guy. That's not the guy. This is the guy. No? What? What are you? Are you the guy? Fuck you, you're not the guy. So what's overriding the... No, what? Eh? Oh, did I not No. What the... I'm lost. I am so lost. You're -9999999. And you're within bounds. This guy here should be -1111. So it should be getting drawn first-ish, after the default is getting drawn. These shouldn't be drawing to any RVTs. They are for some reason. Right, because they're water. Because they are water. Water needs to draw to the water height and the water data. When do these get drawn? Translucency sort order, 0. So this should probably get drawn after some shit. Yeah, okay. Ugh. I hate sort ordering. It's so lame. Okay, so that means that the one down wherever that I deleted, let's make you come up. Let's scale you to 200 by 200. You're going to sit in here at maybe 300. Oh, 300 by 300. Good enough. I could probably do this in the coastal spline, but I think it's better to set it like that. So let's do this at number 5. So then this will be drawing the 5. So then this will be drawing after that, before... After the water... Before the shoreline, and then after... You know what, I'm gonna... I hate this shit. So fucking lame. Right, now this one here, let's go to... Where do I even put all these, like, utility RVT fellas? Are they actually in the RVT, man? Water data RVT default color is? That's like the big plane. Water data RVT viewer, RVT debug normals, RVT debug material. I don't know. What is any of this? What is love? Baby, do not hurt me. Baby, do not hurt me anymore. Down at the Billabong, up a gum tree, no more. Down, 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 down. What am I even? RVT. Okay, let's do a material pscape underscore coastal. No. Land mass mask. That sounds dumb as fuck. Landmass mask? What does that even mean? Bro. I mean, I know exactly what it means, but whatever. Let's just see. So this here is fully RNG. So this is 0 here. Because it gets normalized, if I have 0, 0, 0 going into the runtime virtual texture output in the normals as such, then it's going to normalize itself to like negative infinity. Probably not ideal. So in that case, let's say -1. So it will normalize itself to be pointing the wrong way. But then I can just take the B value and be like, oh yeah, let's mask out the ocean waves so they're not in the coastal zone. Which means I can also use the negative normals mask to, like, if we've got a big lake that isn't in the ocean, we can maybe tell it to do something slightly different. It would mean that I'd need to... Because lakes can have waves. You know what I'm saying? Lakes can have waves too. And they do follow the coastline. Depends how big the lake is and how deep the lake is. But in general, yes, they can have waves and shit. So I need like an inverse coastal mask, which we'd call an inland mask. Although the annoying thing is that it does have to be the same distance, because it would use the same logic as these ones. You know what I'm saying? And also, inside of it, it would be... Ooh. If I do that, what would that signify? I want the normals to be 0, but... Alright, here's an idea, right? If I just said, okay, this is at, like, absolutely 1, you know, and the z is 0, then the z should equal 0. If we look on here, the only places where the length... Oh, no, because the length is 1 everywhere. But the z... So the z value is close to 0 over here, the blue value, and then at the very edge, it reaches 0. And obviously the blue value is 1 over here, because we have to derive the z in order for the linear RG values to be stored in the fucking whatever. I don't fucking know. It's crazy. I think my stream just dropped out again. Why is my... Everything's so fucked. Everything's just broken. What's going wrong? Anyway, so if I set this to be just a straight up X value, put it in the normals, then the Z value is 0, same as here. But then I'm also free to use the negative Z value to do the lakes, which are guaranteed to be separate from the ocean, because an ocean that's joined... Sorry, a lake that's joined to the ocean is the fucking ocean. Although it might be protected by, like, barriers and shit. I don't fucking know. This shit's confusing. Alright, well, I can try this. Let's put this on this guy. You know what? I'll make it green. Because, like, green is like land. Land is green. Okay, so if we ensure that that is getting done between that and that... Can I just... Do I still have those ones up there? No, I don't. Oh, fuck. I'm so all over the place. I don't even know what's happening anymore. Fuck. I'm fine. Thanks for asking. What is that? Is that... No, that's just a random one. Okay, so they start here. No. Go back. They start... Oh, maybe they start up. Oh, no. Stop pressing F. Okay, here, down to here. It's probably all of the ocean tiles. Let's just yeet them up. Cool. We'll put them up a bit higher. We'll put them way up here, just so we can see what's going on. Smash32, hello from Colombia. Britmatic, I've enjoyed your videos for a while. You have told me a lot in them. First time actually in a live stream. Cheers. Welcome to the live stream. Very glad to have you here. We are doing some fun stuff, you could maybe say. Okay, so is this bit down here drawing to That's default color, man. You know what? I should probably make these all two-sided materials. Just so we can see them from below. It's not actually going to increase the cost or anything. Two-sided, bam. Alright, that's a bit easier to grab them. So, that guy's definitely drawing. So we pretty much just need to... So why does this distort so much? Let me just double check if the green guy is actually drawing to water data. Yeah. Translucency sort order is... Ah. That's good. That is nice. Oh, that probably needs to draw after... No, before? There we go. Sorry, when is... Coastal Spline is at 5. Okay. Okay, so we've zeroed out all the waves in here. That's cool. Again, we may or may not want to allow... Is that just a transition? I guess that's because... Oh, it looks fine here. Right, it's because it's directional. I could maybe use a negative value. Negative directionless value, and that would actually get rid of this banding. Well, not directionless, but, you know, negative B value. Huh. Why you do this? That positive one. Because that's changing the direction from highest. Yeah, okay, hold on. Yeah, if that was -1, that would work. Yeah, yeah. I could change the shore gradient. Yeah, hold on. If I go back to the shader, we say shore gradient here. This guy, RG length. Bam. But then if we took the B channel and multiplied it by -1 to flip it up that way, then saturate that, then max that over here. Question mark. I mean, I won't... Flip that up. Saturate. There we go. So there is a little bit of distortion here, just because of interpolation, you know, and shit. But it's not perfect. Oh, my brain. No stylus option. Oh, this is just kind of like a debug material at the moment. I think I do need this to, like, really chill out. I can't have that. Unless I do something like chill the waves out more gradually and just move the shoreline spline in. And be like, oh yeah, give this at least, like, however much clearance. You know what I mean? I think ideally, though, it should... We shouldn't have to put up with this. So what is causing that, though? If our B length... It's hard because we have to only work with positive values, you know? I could maybe add that. No, because that's going to change the... I guess this has to be done post-wave simulation-ish, you know? Like, it can't actually affect how the waves get calculated. What did I do? No, that should be I don't think you can draw 0 to the normals. I think it gets really mad when you do that. Or it has a fallback vector. It must have a fallback vector, otherwise it wouldn't work here versus there. Ugh. Doing this in normals is so annoying because it force normalizes it. Right, let's have a look again. We have our shoreline gradient. It is B1 at the very tip, meaning that the ocean is B1. Going towards the coast is B0, like at the very edge. But it can only be B0 because the direction is normalized. Like the length of the horizontal vector is 1. And so then going from that... Well, okay, no, yeah, because we dampen the waves in post down to 0 at full length, the RG full length, I almost wish I was doing all of this in here. Because, like, when does this shit ever change? Like, it's a pretty hard-coded system. Like, ocean direction is... I mean, okay, yeah, I guess it can kind of change. Shore gradient. I mean, yeah, that's always going to be red from here. Maybe I'll do this part. Let's just call this, instead of shore... shore direction or whatever the fuck it is. Let's just call this fella shore RVT input. And I'll just handle it all in here. Yeah, let's chuck that in a 3-fer. Cool. And so the input shore gradient is going to be, well, we've got these. Mask RG. RG length. Actually, I think I'd do it... No, because the length can be 0. So that goes into there. That's all cool. This guy can fuck off. Yeah. Get dead. Safe normalize. That is the shore wave direction. However, we still have the B channel left over in here. So this should, if I do this, then should be all good. No, can't cast from smaller type. Blah 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 to blah blah blah. Yeah, true. Have you done 5.6 mission yet? I haven't yet. I was gonna do it the other day, and then I didn't. Yeah, I've either been not well enough to, like, deal with it, or alternatively, in the zone. I've been, like, giga in the zone. Alright, what if I fucked up here? Is it just that that's wrong? Yeah, it was just that. Okay, cool. Okay, so we've got the shore gradient, which the waves use to travel. Then we use... That's the shore wave direction. Also good. But we want to get the B channel. And the shore lerp is the lerp between the ocean and not the ocean. Correct? And so... shore wave gradient, that's cool. The shore wave gradient also gets exponentially faster, so that the waves decrease in length, blah, 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 blah. And so this bit, we just want to mask it out. So if we now grab the beefer, which we've set to be -1. What's going to happen at the edges? It's going to go like that, and then it's going to... they'll have the same direction, but they'll lerp down to 0. Okay, no, this should be okay. Take this guy. Do we have a negate, or is it... no, just multiply -1. So let's flip you upside down. I won't seal it. Let's just do that and saturate. So now our negative value is 1. Then we want to 1 minus that. Then we want to... it's not even a matter of... well, no, okay, I guess we still want this to, like, be the shore waves in a weird kind of way. So this bit here, we want to add to the shore lerp, which comes from here. What the fuck is this? Jesus Christ. That doesn't need to... who the fuck wrote this fucked up shader? What the fuck, man? What the fuck? Oh, I can feel the engine about to crash. Alright, compile. Compile, you fools. Alright, there's still a bit of fuckery. Why? Why fuckery? Let me just visualize the RVT real quick. Is that the... let me get this guy up and out. Now let me smack you out this way. Cool. Ocean. Not the water stuff. Go to RVT. RVT debug normals. Okay. So, what we're looking at is... it's pretty good. I go, why are you so shiny? God damn. You should just be unlit. Get unlit. MF. Hell yeah. Add 1, divide by 2 as well. So where's this going wrong? If we just look at the B Chanel. Also, is this the right... yeah, it is water data. You know, it could be from sampling the lower MIP. Ah, I see. Because, yeah, this should be... if I just make this even bigger. Hang on, that's kind of weird. Add 1 divided by 2. I mean, I can see a gradient. It doesn't look very linear, though. I guess it's only going to -0.5, right? Yeah, so where's this coming from? Like, this bit's all fine. The fucking force normalize is so dumb. Okay, if I did this, and used the B channel, that wouldn't fix it. It would fix it in one of the directions here, but not in the other. I wondered if they ever fixed normal opacity using opacity in the normal RVT channel. I don't think they ever did. Monodono, hello, hello. How's it going? Welcome, welcome, welcome. How are you? Tell me about your stream. I'm currently just, I'm just punching my own brain. Yeah, maybe I'll try opacitizing over here. Maybe it will blend between them. Ocean Shore RVT draw. Let's get our linear gradient, which is from center to the out. And we would just say... subtract 0.99 multiply by 100 and then saturate that. 1 minus it and chuck that into the opacity output. I don't think... Hello? Maybe they... Although I don't know what's happening to the R and G values, but that looks better. Can I... Where's my viz? Let me just see this. How does it look? Okay, okay. What if that was landmass mask? What if you were -1? How do you feel about that? Oh, shit. It's less fucked up. Still fucked up, though, but less fucked up. If I was doing... Yeah, see, if only it was directional. Oh, maybe... No, that wouldn't work. Well... Alright, I have another idea. Shore RVT draw. We can probably... Oh, would that work, though? Fuck, I wish this didn't have to be normalized, but I have to normalize it to put it into the normal input because Unreal eats balls. Don't we all, though? Try to save super I saw from Unreal forums and play Cuppa and Neon White. Hell yeah. Sounds like a nice stream. I've been banging my head a little bit. It's nearly 5:30 in the morning. And I've barely done anything. That's just how it goes. I'm thinking, what if the shoreline RVT, like the last quarter of it, flipped into negative B channel? So we extended it outwards slightly. Because, like, it should be... I don't know. It should be working with, like, 0 length here. Because this should... Like, this point right here should already have 0... 0 B length. Like, if we go to the visualizer, just look at the B after remapping. How does it have any B length left? Ocean Shore RVT. We take -1 tangent, multiply it by the U gradient. It goes from here to there. We then manually do this. Oop, the B fella. And then put that into here. Which means that, like, yeah, the B channel has to be 0 at the start of this guy. Like, it can't not be... How can the length be anything but 0 right here? If the direction is fully... Yeah, like, this should be 0. I mean, maybe I could just fucking chuck this in. Just fucking square root these nuts, you know? The problem is that if I... Let's just say I have the tangent, blah, 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 it's normalized. Oh. Tangent space to world space, then normalized. Let's just real quick make sure there's no Z component to that. Made no difference. Okay. Look at the U gradient. Oh, maybe the UVs aren't... I don't fucking know. This shit's weird. Why is it fucking weird? Let me duplicate you and chuck you up. Yeah. Like, if I get this and I say, hey, give me the mask the B channel, your length should be 0 at the center. Yeah. Oh. I mean, that looks like 0 length, right? That looks like black. It is very... I don't know if that's linear. What happens if I just get this and compare it? Or, sorry, the fucking inverse of that. Because these should be identical, because we want it to be a distance field mask. That doesn't look the same. Am I deriving my Z incorrectly? What the actual fuck is going on? Oh, wait, no, I was just fucking around with it. Let's do this. Hold my dick. Okay, that's even worse. Why? We're getting the square. Where the fuck was that thing again? I already had this sorted out. Why am I still... Where's our test? Remap circle fucko. That's what it's called. Absolute power of 2. Do this. That worked. I know it worked. Oh, well, no, I guess it worked for the RG and the length. But not the B channel. Maybe the B channel doesn't fucking matter, right? Because the B channel would fall off circularly. If the RG was to fall off linearly, because it has to maintain a length of 1. Is everyone following? So I think this is fine. If I get the... Okay, let's just do a quick check. We get the length of RG. And visualize that. Makes sound like this come into environment artist role. I would say it is more of a technical artist thing. I think the problem here is that the interpolation between this and the other thing isn't normalized. Oh, fuck. Unless I... When I read the RVT, if I normalize it, therefore I can use the length. No, because the length is 1 everywhere. Fuck. The length is always 1. Anyway, if I compare this to this, they should look the same. Yes, okay, so that's fine. The B channel then should look circular. It should look like a hemicircle, a quarter circle from here right to the tipperoni, which is fine. I guess if the ocean waves are falling off towards the end, I can probably... No, well... So the B channel's straight up, then it goes towards 0 right here. Which is what's happening right here, but the interpolation kind of fucks it up. Let's see if I normalize this first, so that the interpolation gets normalized. Makes no difference. Fuck, how can I even do this? Bro, I fucking hate RVTs. Who invented RVTs? They need to be fired. Ow, fuck up. No, what even is this? Get in there. Get in the fucking... Get the fucking position. MIP value mode, MIP level 5. Let's blur this MF and then normalize it. It's still fucked. Okay. Landmass mask. If that's 0, I think it wigs out. Yeah, it wigs out because it has a fallback of like 1, 1. Yeah. It's full, yeah. Hmm. This is how I want it to look. This is how it looks. It's stupid. -1 is like the only way it can work. And yes, it gets normalized. That doesn't. Then if it's -1, then it's just fucked. If it's +1, then it's also fucked. Yes. Very good. Oh, okay, it kind of looked like the opacity worked. But then I think that's going to interfere with a lot of stuff. So I was doing that. What was I? It was like subtract 5.9 multiply by 10. Saturate the opacity. And that should then lerp it towards a negative value, but that's something. Yeah, it's always got this little fringing going on. I mean, that's better, and that should look better in our little testicle fella. Testy boy. It's not as fucked up, but it's still fucked up. The only thing I can think of is to use another channel, like the base color, to determine that, because it can have its own opacity and fall off, and that can just get yeeted over the top. But it would be really handy to just have this working, basically. So what are all these values doing? It's because it's essentially cycling back through all of the RG values. I wonder if... Okay, what was my other idea? My other idea was to... I don't want to invert the RG. I just want to turn the... Oh, how would that... Oh, yeah, okay. So the length of the RG would continue on a little bit. I'm going to need... Alright, give me a dude. Give me a little dude, man. Where are you? This guy. The one in here. This one right there. Okay, you're coming with me, you little shitlord. So this guy in the middle. Alright, he needs to be in the fucking thing. Let's just test with this guy. And we will say... So this is a landmass mask. If I do something like linear gradient, oh my god, linear gradient, the U value, let's just chuck that in, make a 3 for, smack you in there, whatever. And then you just do some shit. Go into the normals. Does it probably look stupid? Yeah. Okay, so if we had linear gradient, subtract 0.5, then multiply by 2. This will give us negative on this side, positive on this side. And so if our z, or our, I don't know, our direction value, let's just, we'll saturate this. Oh no, not saturate. Let's make sure it's saturated here. If we just got the inverse of this, and we just do, yeah, like a make 3. We do this one into the z, but then I guess we get the absolute of this. Absolute 1 minus into the x, and put that into the normals. Does this create an artifact here? No. Okay, hold on. So, and then if we go to this visualizer, debug, normalize, mask B. What does just the regular stuff look like? Okay, that looks fine. So, oh, fuck. We essentially need to create a little bit of padding so that our direction can continue whilst the B flips upside down without it dealing with all this fucked up interpolation stuff. So that would mean... Okay, so that means that our landmass mask can be -1. Right, this is valid. Hashtag valid. Well, I think it is at least. But then our RVT shore thinger needs to account for that little bit of fall off. So that means we need to do... Fuck, how am I going to remap this? I don't know. I need to pee. Let's yeah, I'll pee and then we'll finish this. Hello, I'm back. If you know the landscape switch node, landscape layer switch. Yeah. Vaguely. I mean, I can see what it does. Yeah, it's pretty much just like... It's a different way of rerouting stuff. Like a kind of backward-forward approach rather than a forward-backward. So you've usually got these landscape layer blend, which, you know, you've got your grass, and you've got your dirt, and whatever, like whatever it is. And anything... So, like, when you're painting a landscape, and you paint grass, or let's say grass is your default, you know, painted layer, only this side will get compiled. This will all just be discarded. None of this will get compiled. It won't count towards instructions. But then when you paint on the landscape, let's say I start painting dirt right here, you'll notice that the chunk that you're painting in will turn into a default for a second. And that's because it's compiling a brand new shader with grass and dirt. So it will be slightly more expensive than all of the rest of it. But it's only in that section. So you can have like heaps of different components, or yeah, chunks, we'll call them for everyone else. Heaps of different chunks with all these different combinations, but it's not running every single, you know, thing in the shader graph. It's only running the ones that are in there. And so I'm guessing this is just a way to essentially do this kind of stuff elsewhere. So let's say what's it called? Let's say I'm doing a really complex like water flow shader, right? Like ultra dynamic sky. Like they do some pretty crazy shit. And I've chucked it on the landscape, and I've like chucked it at the very end, you know, after all the layer blends, just because like it gets applied to pretty much everything. So let's say I've got like 100 different layers happening, and then it's like, okay, ultra dynamic sky, rain, bullshit. But then I've got like a, you know, a desert layer or whatever, where like it never rains. Therefore, we don't need this water flow shader logic running in the background, essentially. You could then be like, okay, landscape layer switch, desert, if layer used, you know, well, if normal, this is, you know, running all the complex bullshit. If not, don't run all that bullshit. But you only have to do that for like, instead of needing to do another one of these with all 100 of your layers and plug into all of them and be like, oh yeah, this one does it, this one does it, this one does it, this one does it, and then the one down here doesn't do that thing, and then add that in and whatever. It's just another way of rerouting, or I guess determining what does and doesn't get compiled. Then available paints are always calculate paints for all 10 components, so 100 paints. Use the landscape layer switch as a way to disable those calculations over using one paint layer per component. Will be 10 calculations switch node instead of 100 if we're not using all paints. So if you have 10 available paints, by default, it will only be let's say this is my dirt landscape layer. The landscape, it's only going to be running things that are, you know, that are going into the dirt layer. It's going to ignore all of these. They're not going to be running in the background even. It's only until you paint one of those extra layers in, it will compile a brand new shader with that combination of dirt and grass and sand, or dirt and grass and forest floor. And it'll apply that new material, or that unique material, to that component only. Or depending on the combination or whatever. So this is sort of the main optimizer, but that landscape switch is a way that you can turn off logic after this happens, you know? Or you can even do some logic on this side, such as if we are for the grass, if there's desert in the grass, then do this thing, and if not. So you can kind of like do some weird like and or if logic if it's on the left side of this. But if it's on this side, you can do exclusions without having to like get super, super messy. Where it's like, oh yeah, I want to add this like rain, you know, water effect. Okay, let's get the rain water effect and then put it into all 100 layers, but then put 0 into this desert layer down here. You can just be like, okay, don't even worry about the landscape layer blend. Let's just do the rain effect everywhere except for the desert layer. So it is still an optimizer, but it's more of a workflow kind of thing. Alright, Ocean Shore RVT draw. So, we need to... So we get this and we normalize it. That's fine. We should probably do that so that it doesn't twist and whatnot. What be specs? You can do exclamation mark PC or exclamation mark specs. Exclamation mark specs, I think. That's the one. Although I upgraded my CPU a few months ago to a 5900X from a 3900X. Alright, so I want this. I want to shift it by negative. Well, I just want to subtract 0.1. Now we have negative values and positive values. I want the... What's max and min? Choose higher value 0. So that would be positives. Positives I want to multiply by... How the fuck does 0.9 reach 1? Well, it'd be 0.9 divided by 1. No. 1 divided by 0.9. 1.1111111. The negatives I want to multiply by 10. So that gets to thingo. So now our linear gradient. Bam, bam, bam. We want to add these back together. Then, well, we want to get the absolute of that and apply it here. So this should, in theory, well, I need to unfuck it. Hold on, let's do this over to the emissive color. Wrong direction, idiot. Idiot boy. We want to 1 minus that. Right, we're really fucking mathin', aren't we? Mathin' super hard. Okay, but then we want to, after the absolute, we want to 1 minus it again. Okay, so now we should have... Wait, what? Oh, right, that would be into the emissive. Okay. So, we now have a linear gradient from here to here of length minus 10%, and then we have a gradient going back to here. But we... yeah, okay. And so now the blue guy needs to be negative over here. So I guess we need to get sine and just flip this fella. I can even just do it here, sine. And flip this MF on his head. So this should look pretty much the inverse. It should have... No. This should be going... Yes. It's positive here. And it goes down slowly. And then it turns negative. Without fucking with the rest of the RG channel, right? That looks clean. If I mask RG... That looks pretty much good. So then how do I want to... Yeah, okay, so I guess I mask out... Oh yeah, you know what? Okay, let's just do this as the gradient for the waves. So for the waves to travel up. Where's our little testo? Testy man. How's your testes going? Yeah, so the waves do their thing. Then why is this still fucked? Is that because of the... No, not because of that. I mean, that's still pretty smooth. Yeah. So pretty much when our... Let's go to the RVT debug normals. Skip the normalize. How does this go? That's better. Still a bit fucked up, though. What's the go there? RG looks decent, and then the B channel should be white, and then it should... what happened to you? RVT draw. You don't have any opacity. Is it because of the MIP level? Kind of is, isn't it? But we need that to be lower. We always get dicked over by the fucking MIPs, don't we? I guess it's only because of the fringing, though. If we made this twice as hard, and then... fuck. Alright, instead of doing that, let's... No, that's fine. Subtract 0.1, get the negatives, get the positives, do that. If I just... I don't want to clamp it to... Oh, I can max that at -1. Choose the higher value. Yeah. No, did I? Is that fucked up? It's because the interpolation gets confused. Maybe if I push it out a bit further. 0.8. 1. 0.8. 125. That would be 5. Sign these nuts. Yeah, I'm not sure if it's like in this point or if it's out of that point. Yeah, no, it's wherever it flips over from positive to negative, it just gets a bit fucked up. I mean, it's better. And I mean, yeah, I can probably use that to mask it out at that point. Well, no, okay, no, that is working. Because, like, yeah, it's expected that all these little ripples appear because we're doing, like, a fucking really quick, like, a gradient that's like, you know? We just need to mask it out by the B channel being negative. So, ocean waves, B channel, multiply by +1. That should be... Sorry, by -1, saturate. I want to multiply by -1 and then seal. Pretty much. Just so it, like, gets rid of anything up to there. Okay, not quite. Fuck. Shore... Oh, I'm not even putting this into the fucking shore multiplier. I'm such a dickius spazicus. No? Okay, what are you... What? If I got the B from the RVT input, and isolated the negative values, any negative value, then 1 minus it and multiply it out. Oh, that's the multiplier. Not, what am I fucking... What is wrong with me? It's the shore... No, it is the shore multiplier. I want it to multiply down to 0. Like, stop. Just hashtag stop fucking with me. You know? Multiply you down to 0 in the middle. Or like here. Like, just stop. Bro, relax. Stop doing it. Yes. Yes. Yeah. Okay. Yes. It's fucking beautiful. Okay, so now we don't have to deal with gigafuckery clipping up through... Oh, we fucking got there. Jesus Christ, I want to die. So we'll have to do like the inverse of that to do our lake shore masks. Like inland thingos. But that's not a big deal. That should be fine. Yeah, so this is good. This is expected behavior now. We're winning. Okay, so I can probably chill that out a tiny bit now. Take it back to here. 1.11111, and that could just be 10. Don't worry about that. See, this works now. Yeah. I think the bigger fall off helps a fair bit. Although, to be fair, like, the waves should be pretty much flat by here anyway. Like, where are we doing that fall off? Motion testo. Bam, 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 bam. Here, length. That's making it bigger towards the shore, like, amplitude-wise. Then we're multiplying it by the length this. So, like, yeah, right towards the top 20%. So now I guess here, because of the interpolation, it gets confused again. I mean, like, there's no harm in it having a fall off. Because we're not going to have, like, lakes this fucking close, right? To the ocean. Probably. Or, like, you know, like lakes that need their own fucking mask. I think we can... let's see. How does this look down here? I mean, it is kind of... Okay, that's a bit fucked, but... Yeah, this is just a bit ugly. I think the interpolation or the extra length helped. Bay. A bay would... A bay you would probably just use the thing 04. The coastal thing. You'd just, like, curve it in and whatnot. I mean, bays are usually pretty tame in terms of... I don't know. I don't know. The complexity is that, like, we can't bend the direction of these waves, you know? We can only blend them, not bend them. So, like, if I wanted to, like... Let's say I wanted another island right next to this one. I wouldn't be able to... Like, I can't just do this, right? I can't have this overlapping with that one, because it's just not how it works, pretty much. Like, we get big... Either Z fighting or one overtakes the other. They can't blend together. And if I tried to blend them together, it wouldn't really work. So I don't think you can't really blend normals. What's this guy called again? You are the... I mean, again, maybe they fixed normal RVT blending in 5.5 or 5.6 or something. It's not Shore Debug, is it? No, it's Shore... That's... What is that? It's not even real. Oh, wait. It's in here. Shore... No, what are you? Radial... No, it's called Coastal... Coastal these nuts. Coastal... Waterflow service... What the fuck is this material called? Bish? What is it called? It is called Ocean Shore RVT Draw. Ocean Shore RVT Draw. Wow, makes so much sense. I mean, yeah, it does. Whatever. Yeah, if I used, like, the B as a fall-off, like... Fuck, bro. The 1 minus of that. Oh, wait, why is that getting multiplied by the sine? Oh, yeah, true. Well... Square root multiplied by... Yeah, no, just opacity. Yeah, I don't think it works at all, really. I think it's pretty bugged out. Maybe not, though. If I found your channel for a random question, do you know how to make alembic files to interact with a water body, river like foam or ripples? Usually UE, thanks in advance. I wouldn't really try and make alembic work for that kind of thing. For that, you're looking at, I mean, it's kind of my specialty, but you're... Ooh, what have I done here? All right, the river is doing something funky. For that, you're looking at more compute shaders. Like if you want things to interact in real time, you need to be like computing in real time, essentially. For something like, it depends. If it's like a pre-baked scene and you're doing kind of like video / production stuff, then Alembic might be the way to go. But I don't think you could really apply that to like interacting with stuff. Where's all my water gone? It's all over the place. But again, I've never used Alembic. I know you can bake Alembic into like a WPO animation flipbook thing. But again, I'm not an expert. Some people have been telling me to use Houdini for like ages. Which, you know, is a good way to do Alembic and whatnot. But yeah, I'm just not super sure myself. I'm too dumb. I'm too silly. Okay, for a cinematic video, maybe. But I don't really know how it works in Unreal Engine, unfortunately. I apologize. What is 0.1 divided by 0.75 is 1.33. Okay. Get the sine, apply that to the squirt. You think FBX skeleton animation would work? It depends. I mean, you could now that's an idea. If you had water and you gave the body of water like 1,000 bones that all moved up some verts, you know, with a smooth thingo, and you could I mean, yeah, that would work. It'd be a bit crazy, but it would work. Alright, that's a way better fall off. I don't know why that... I guess it's because of this. The little mipping bits. But it's fine, it's fine. All good, Kelly. I hope you work it out. But yeah, there's a lot of... Is that select all spline points? Can I not... Oh, I can't scale them in, can I? Yeah. And that scales the individual points. I could just... Oh god, what have I done? Maybe 10% is enough. I mean, that's not that far up, and that'll be hidden, so yeah, maybe that's fine. Oh, God. I mean, 10% is still quite a bit, so yeah, as long as we can get it in nicely. Yeah. Bring you in a bit. Cool. This one needs to come in. In you come. You come in like... Oh, shit. Missed him. You come in this way. Yeah. Is that one there? Yes. Oh, now it's pinching. Pinchy! Cool. And then this last one here. You come in. Alright, that looks pretty good. And on this part, it is... Okay, it's a little bit fucked, but you can just get fixed, boy. How does OP specs do you recommend for UE5 to run smoothly? That's a good question. It depends on the kind of game you want to be making. Because... it's going to look so good. Basically, if you can run your own game, then... Ooh. Maybe it does need to be bigger, but then it's too... Hold on, sorry, one sec. Let me just... RVT. Why are you so fucked? Sure deep. No, you die. Pretty much so that you can get rid of RVT debug normals. B channel. Kind of fucky, but like, you know. What about the RG? How are you looking? I'm guessing they also suffer from the edging. Not that. What about length? Length RG. Maybe I just need to make the fall off of the waves a bit. Okay, no, that looks good. I'm guessing what's happening is that up here, this bit here, so what are you corresponding with? You're still RG full length. Yeah. It's only right here, though. Is that because of the mipping? Hello, lady cat. Can you hop off the desk, please? Thank you. Excuse me. Boppin' boppin'. Thank you. Okay, so that's length of RG. Is it because I'm doing something dumb like normalizing it before that and it's kind of fucking the interpolation's butthole? No. Eh? Eh? You're a funny girl. Let me bring this debug RVT up. Yeah, okay, so the waves are... like, they should be lerping out to nothing in the last little section of the waves. And the length here... so you're doing length, shore wave, gradient. So this is to exponential, so the waves slow down / thinify. Towards the shore. Shoaling. Okay. Then this here, pretty self-explanatory. Shore wave direction, normalized. Safely normalized. Technically we shouldn't need... oh, no, that does need. Is that what's called? No, that wouldn't be it, right? No. And so then... blah, 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 blah. We get the length of the RG. So this is the gradient from shore to ocean. Shore 1 to ocean 0. Sorry, let me catch up with the chat a little bit. Meet a friend of making a cooking game. Wondering if you knew of any ways to make sauce that can be poured on top of a dish. Ooh. Depends on the style. And I'm guessing the sauce has to stay there. Has to be persistent sauce. And I'm guessing you want it to be interactive. Oh, lady cat. Hey, what do you do? What'd you do there? What'd you do there? Yes, I'll put you outside in a minute. Silly girl. So I'm guessing you... oh, what are you doing? You want to be able to, like, draw it by hand. You don't want it to be just like you know, a kind of baked animation, potentially. Because those are all very important factors that you would need to think about. Or that would determine the sort of approach that you would go for. I think if I just get this... so this isn't going... mask B, blah, 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 shore lerp. Which says in here is shore. Is that because of that seal, though? No, because that should... well, maybe. Oh, that's kind of fucked up, but less fucked up, so I'll roll with it. Yeah, so as the length approaches 1... that's not in use. Shore lerp, shore multiply. Okay, no, so I'm not even... so wait, where was I dimming them down? Shore wave gradient makes them thinner towards here. We're doing a multiplier. Oh, it would be this. Right. This should be getting the... okay, well, if I just, like, yeet that up a bit, that should make it so that, like, a lot more of it gets dimmed down. Why does this happen, though? Where are you coming from? Like, yeah, that's doing this, but it's not doing... I guess over here. But that should be getting affected by the negative B value, right? This is... What's this showing? Oh, it's so close. There's just these tiny little fucked up bits from the stuff. But then this is maybe too... Like, it's now not crashing on the shore enough. Which I guess waves do break and then kind of just swoosh up here, but I don't really like it that much. And that doesn't really... Yeah? What? What is it? Hey, excuse me? What you doing? What are you doing? Oh, maybe I could do the B and just give it a tiny bit of extra fucko. Move it out a tiny bit before we do the thing. No. Well, no. Ugh, this fucking RVT, like, bruh. Where's this hard value coming from? So this is the... Ocean Shore RVT draw. We are debugging the B value. Adding 1, dividing by 2. And so, yeah, this comes to, like, a hard point. Maybe that's the problem. But it's the fact that the B in the D... What the fuck is that? Yes, Lady Cat, we'll... Yes. Just calm down. Just chill, please. I mean, this looks good. Like, what's this? Why won't you fucking... Lady Cat, I'm gonna cry. I'm about to cry. What the fuck is this? Oh, length. Right. Let's unlengthen that. Yeah, so again, it is just the little fucky bits here. I guess... Okay, let's... Presuming this is, like, how it looks according to the shader. No, because that looks too positive. But, if I take this, subtract, like, a fairly hefty number, yeah, and then multiply by 2. Does that get rid of these little values down here? Yes. How much do I need to do that? Is 0.2 okay? No. Also, I wouldn't want to... okay, 0.333. Multiplied by 0.1 divided by 0.3 is 3. Right, that makes sense. Okay, that's enough. And then where does that leave... Okay, that's interesting. So that could be our dead zone, and then the fall off. And then we don't even bother with the other thing. Whatever it was. Can I get away with 025 and 4? Yes, Lady Cat. Yes, we'll go out. We'll go out. Hey. Okay, we can do that. 0.25. So, Ocean, where the hell are ya? Ocean, ocean, ocean. Let's go... Ocean. Ocean. Gradient from shore, blah, 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 whatever. Let's get the B channel. Subtract 0.25. So wait, this was from here to there. That's just the raw B channel, right? Then I can multiply that up here. Sure, multiply it. Instead of, well, yeah, instead of that. So that would be minus 2.5 multiply by 4. Saturate that MF. Then that multiplies up here. Sure, multiplier. So that should mean no waves within this zone. Oh, sexual. Okay, so now we just want to see if the shore wave dampenerino even needs to exist. So this one here, does it need to exist if we already have that one doing the damping? Probably not. Okay, so it's a bit harder, but it does let them crash up onto the shore a lot better. Yeah, they dip out pretty quickly. So that means, okay, maybe we're cooking. Okay, that's pretty solid. So whereabouts, I wonder if it's worth, with our spline fella, the coastal spline, whether I should give it, what is it? It's like 25%. Like the, you know, if I should shift the origin of the spline mesh back that way by 25%, so that, you know, you basically trace out the actual shoreline with the spline. I think that makes way more sense. So let's... I didn't fucking... hold on. So wait, what are our fucking tolerances? This is getting so confusing. I'm so lost. Let me sort that cat out. She probably needs to use the bathroom. Alright, BRB. Hello, hello. I'm back. I'm back. Hello, hello. All right. This is shaping up. This is shaping up. Although first we need to coastal spline mesh. We want to move this 25 units that way, pretty much. Although, if we want it to be, like, dead on, then maybe it should only be 20 units that way. Not rotation, but translation in the... Okay, let's kill that. What's that direction? What's that Pokemon? It's Y. Positive Y? Maybe. Why do I exist? Let's go XY25. Re-import. Hell yeah. So that should be... No, that should be a... Is this... No, these are 5 meters. Or 5... I don't fucking know. Fuck you. So now this coastline should be way... Fuck, now I have to redo it again. Well, it's good practice. Let's just chuck it right on the edge of glory. Because, again, we want this to be, like, dummy idiot-proof. Dumb idiot-proof. For all the dumb idiots. Like me. So yeah, if we look here, it does continue on a bit further than... why is that? Or is that just because of poor... Oh, no, you know what it is? It's that the... Oh, fuck. I can just wing it. We can just wing it. It's fine. It's because the B value that we're subtracting... in here, when we're subtracting the B value, 0.25, this isn't linear. This is... This is... The R and the G both have a linear fall-off together, or their length is linear, but that means that the blue ends up being like a quarter circle, because it has to maintain a length of 1. If the length of RG is to remain linear across our gradient, the B channel has to be semicircular, or quarter circular. Semicircular. Quarter circle. So that means when I subtract 0.25 or whatever the fuck it is, it's actually subtracting more from that mask. Which means that our... Hey, girl. What are you doing? I've got more coffee. Hey, you want to sit? Yeah. Oh. Why don't you want to sit in the basket? She doesn't like it. She knows that Lady Cat will get shitty at her if she sleeps in the basket. Alright, what the fuck? Anas, hello. Been a while, been grinding. Hell yeah. Getting on that grinder. Grinding meat. Trying to think of something else. On that Sigma grind set. Been on that Ligma grind set, you know? Okay, so if this is... So how much does that give? That gives like another few meters of waves, though. Maybe it only needs 10% then? Because that looks good all the way up until, yeah, here. So that, yeah, maybe... Okay, let's try 10 units. Re-import with the dialogue, blah, 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 blah. 10 units. That would be so, like, handy. If that was fine. Fuck, I mean, that's pretty dead on. Right? Like, at this spline point. If I move this up. I mean, that's like fucking, what the hell? That's perfect. That's like dead on. Epic dead on. So that's where the waves, like, actually end. At the spline point. You know? Well, pretty much. So you'd want to... Yeah. Where the fuck is the thing? There it is. But it ends really cleanly. I can maybe even... Oh, I don't want to risk it, though. Yeah, no, I think we just... I think that's a nice round number, and then it's just do it till it looks right, you know? If it does look right, then it is right. Is that going... I mean... Yeah, and I guess if you wanted it to break harder... You'd just move this in and let the waves come in harder and they would shmush, you know? They do their shmushing. Sick. Working on game projects currently, sort of in the background, working on Prismatica as usual. But after this plugin update, all I'm gonna be doing is just game stuff. Not like game adjacent like we're doing right now, but like real shit, you know? Really shit. Is that custom? It is, isn't it? Yeah, fuck. There you go. When I do this, does it automatically... No, it is still just curve. Can I select all and then say curve? Yes, I can. Fantastic. And yeah, so if we want like the the cliffy bits to have like real crashes, real smushes, then we just want to pull the coastline in slightly so that the damping doesn't. Yeah, that's hot. We're gonna have some real smushes. So wait, am I doing any... I can't remember now. Ocean, fucking blah, blah, blah. Am I doing any of this shit now? You are only going up to here to then do that. And that just makes them bigger towards the middle. By 2 or 1 times bigger. Two units bigger. And this is coming from here. This is just making sure that anything negative is like shoreline. Oh, this is going to be so confusing once I have to do, like, inland lakes. Not looking forward to it. I mean, I am. I like a little mathematical challenge. Even it is all bullshit. Devon, sorry, I did... I saw your question earlier. How'd you register if the play got wet from water runoff? I'm going to set up a component that can do GPU, asynchronous GPU readback. So, essentially, you can queue up a GPU callback, and you'll receive it usually the next frame. Like the frame after you call it. So it's like asynchronous in that way. And it will just query the render targets, which are GPU only, and then tell you, okay, at this position, given this XY position, what is the, water depth and water velocity and water something. And so that way, yeah, you'll be able to, like, be running around, and then when you step in the puddle, you can, do your splash particle effect, play the splash sound, and lower the friction of the character, I guess. And that'll be the same method for doing buoyancy within the simulation zone. And then outside of the simulation zone, it will be, I guess, like, deterministic, just based on, this deterministic wave function. Or if it's like a river, the river splines will have, like, a basic, like, they'll know the Z buoyancy, but then we can just guess the velocity based on whatever you've set the river's velocity to be. So if something is, like, within view, but outside of the sim zone, there's always going to be a fallback. So with the waves and with everything, basically. Why is it so grey? Looks like ink. Watery ink. Monsters ink. The watering. Alright, that looks pretty decent. Except this bit. I want to take this my tiny little bit. But otherwise, that looks pretty good. I'm quite happy with how that is behaving. Swag. Swag and cool. Alright. So now that that's kind of almost sorted, kinda. I feel this is pretty robust. And clean. Definitely a lot cleaner than before. So now, brown cow. Okay, we don't need... I'll keep that there. It's kind of handy. This guy I can kill. This guy I can kill. The rest of them's pretty happy. This does have the, yeah, the -1 inland mask. Yeah, this is dope. This is gonna... This is it. Yeah. You just got trying to make a game with wind, leaves, and puddles, everything you've been put within reach. Hell yeah. Yeah, that's pretty much my game as well. That's what it's about. I think all games should be about those kind of things, you know? Okay, so now all that... In terms of wetness and painting on character, would it be possible to paint on the capsule and project it on the character underneath? Do you mean like with a decal? It depends on how accurate it needs to be. I would be looking for like a character wetness mask. I would probably be running a... Sounds kind of fucked up, but I'd be running a render target for that kind of thing. Using... I have a method that I need to finalize at some point. It's called voxel painting. That'll be my next plugin. After when I get bored of working on actual game stuff, or when I get up to that part of my game when I need to do that. Yeah, voxel painting. It's essentially like, imagine you've got a tree, you know, a broccoli. And you get its bounding box. You divide that bounding box up into however many sections. Let's also imagine that it's 3D. And then each of these, like, voxels in the bounding box gets... There's, like, a big global volumetric render target with, like, a manager and all of the value with, like, a manager and all of the values get... Well, the mesh gets assigned to a place to read from using either custom data or whatever, and that has all of the wetness values. And then you can dry it out over time, and this will update it over here. So I imagine using it for, like, trees catching on fire, and, you know, this part of the tree burning and spreading to the neighboring voxels or whatever. Or maybe burning from the trunk upwards and then going to all the leaves and shit. But then you can also use it for a character. Potentially. Again, I have to figure this out. Because obviously characters get done in like an A pose. Which means it's not going to line up perfectly. So you'd have to do like some kind of UV remapping. So that like it kind of goes down like this. Wouldn't be that hard. But basically you could section the character into little dickheads. Little fellas. And then, you know, the character, or every character and or piece of clothing and or item or whatever, just reserves its own little spot in this, like, giant render target thing. It's always in memory. It's a volumetric one, just for ease of use. And then they can store parameters, you know, however. You could even, if you wanted to get really performance giga chatty, you could even encode... fuck, what's 4 times 4? What's 4 times 4? Does anyone know what 4 times 4 is? 40? No, it's 16. You could encode 16 parameters by bit shifting. Because, like, with a 32-bit texture, uncompressed texture, very important that it's not compressed, you can actually store 16 channels, 16 8-bit channels into a vector 4 float 32 fucker. You know what I mean? So you could have, like, parameters for wetness, dirtiness, burntedness, damage, mold, blood, and you could do that per clothing item on a character, and they could all have their own. You know, it's kind of fucked up, but it's a good idea, and it works. I've tested it. Cool thing is, it also, if you're using per instance custom data, it works with instanced meshes. So you can have like a whole forest of trees. And the ones that have been burned, you add them to this manager component, and they can all have different visuals depending on how much they're burned or dead or whatever, and still remain instanced, because you only use the per instance custom data to tell them where to look on the voxel paint atlas. It's genius. No one steal that idea, please. If anyone if anyone understood a word of that, please don't steal my idea. Good luck. Good luck on that one. Top Rock. Hello, I need to ask you something. I've done an interaction system like yours. We're doing the trail. How can we blend between the old frame and current frame without the fall off getting lost? Like when I add them, fall off from center to sides. Fall off from center to sides. Eventually gets lost because it adds up. It becomes one. Ah, okay, I getcha. Try doing... instead of adding all the time... Is it just a value? Like a scalar value? Or is it like a vector? Like a directional value? Because if it's just like a single value, like a white, black and white, or black to white value, instead of adding it to the render target, use a max function. So the max will just choose the higher value. So once it gets splattered on top of itself all the time, it won't add up. But if it moves over to a blank space, it will kind of like stamp itself there without overriding the previous ones, if that makes sense. If you're using like vectors, like directional stuff, then let me look at my logic for it. Oh, I might not even do it because I only... Yeah, no, I don't do it in mine because I... For the grass, I only draw where there is velocity. So the strength of the drawing is scaled by the velocity. So if something's just standing still, it stops drawing to the render target. Although, in the bubble deform, I still draw it when they're standing still. So I use... that's the thing. Velocity. Normalize to some value. Z velocity, don't care. Get these guys. No, no. Hold on. Where am I doing it? Oh, it would just be the input, and then when I draw them to that input, deform input to deform sim. Let's see, deform input. Do I pack that in? No, bubble input is a separate thing. Okay, hold on. Draw interaction bubbles. Interaction bubbles input. Add deform input to deform sim. I'm pretty sure I do these in the same... Yeah, okay. Interaction bubbles input. Here. Here. Why do I do that for the velocities as well? The velocities I should be only adding. No, it's fine. Yeah, this is the logic. Yes. So this only adds the amount needed for the length to equal 1, like a max function, but multi-directional. So this is the current... This one here is the current render target length, vector length. This is the input length that you're inputting. Oh, sorry, the velocity or the vector. So you get the difference between the lengths of what's already on the render target and what you're trying to paint to it. And then saturate that and then multiply the input by that difference value and add that to the render target. That way, if the render target's already, you know, if it's already drawn to at that position, or let's say it's like half faded out, it will only add half of the input. And then, obviously, once it adds half of the input, then the length is going to be 1, or nearly 1. And then it will not draw to it the next frame, for example. So yeah, something like this, where this is the current. Yeah, let me undo that. Rename. So current RT, and this is the input. So yeah, try this when you add it to the render target. Feel free to screenshot that, so I don't have to keep it up too much longer. That shouldn't be happening. Okay. Adds what's needed to get to the input. Yeah, exactly. Oh, yeah, it adds what it needs to get to 1. Oh, well, yeah, no, sorry, to get to the input's desired level. Or you could think of it more like the existing render target paint is subtracting its length from the input's length, and then you're left with only the remainder, and that gets splattered onto it. Okay, that bit is to... Did I not fix that bit? It's not quite... Yeah, it's fine, I guess. Yeah, whatever. I think it's just this bit in particular that doesn't flow well. Finalizing your materials, you may for prismatic use a lot of techniques discussed. The techniques you use in your tutorials. Yeah. Yeah. In the materials, yes. The render target stuff, not so much, because I just haven't talked about Grid 2D yet in my videos. But yeah, a lot of the shader stuff is just, yeah, from my vidgets. Right, what do I need to do tomorrow? I need to go to bed. It's 7 a.m. Wow. Alright, well, we got the shoreline RVT working and nice. Working and nice. With a bit of finagling. But it's pretty good. It's pretty good. Is that set to curve, or is it... Yeah, it is. Yeah, so now that this is sorted out and the RVT stuff is all sorted and whatever, all we need to do now is replicate all of the shader logic into this Niagara function. So much fun. Whoa. Actually, I've set it up a lot easier in here because you can do loops in Niagara. So when I do prismatic Gersonner waves, instead of needing to do this kind of bullshit where you're like, oh yeah, let's just like do all of this and add them all together, and we can only do 8 of them, like it's hard-coded. Instead of doing that, we instead do a nice little... Just a little for loop. You know? Tiny little baby for loop. Pretty chill. And we only have to do it for... I think I have it set to like 128 pixels. Which, I don't know, I might even... Like, my idea, right, is... In the simulation zone, the waves here, which are deterministic waves, they... What's going on with that? Is that just the DDX, DDY stuff? Probably. They'll be like all 8 Gersonner waves. And they'll feed into the simulation, and they'll drive the simulation. So like directly around the player. But we also do, I think it's like double the simulation size. So like, you can see here it cuts off because it's 20 meters. So then we do a 40-meter radius version of all 8 Gersonner wave thingos. Which I might even extend further and double the resolution. Because what we could do is use that render target to drive the WPO at like full, you know, all 8 Gersonner waves, whatever. And so that wouldn't need any shader logic to do the complex Gersonner waves. And then we could just do a fallback of like 1 or 2 waves in like the far distance, right? Because like from here, like out here, you don't fucking see shit. It's like, it's just, yeah, like cool, it's wavy. Whatever, who cares? And so that way, we would barely be doing anything per vertex. Because I feel like you can simplify... How do I put it? If the mesh itself is too low res, so like let's say am I simulating? Yeah. Let's say this is like our mesh, and I make it too big, right? The density is like way fucked. It's like, okay, this looks shit. Because it's like you can see all the triangles, it's all like hard edges and whatnot. But if the mesh is still dense, but the simulation is a lower resolution, because of like the bilinear interpolation, it still looks good. Like if I just said to this guy, grab the... I just grab a fucking, I don't know, test low res WPO. Chuck that on there. Grab this. Let's just grab texture, the waves render target. What's it called? Ocean wave velocity height RT. I guess, yeah, alright. We'll just get the B from that then. Chuck that into a make 3 Z. Wheel position offset. Base color, fucking, I don't know, grey. Good on ya. Right now I just need to run away into the ocean. Let me just check if it... Render targets. Motion wave velocity height. You're not getting anything. For whatever reason. Is that because I'm not close enough to the ocean? Question mark? Is it not? Wait, what have you done? What's gone wrong here? Escape. Draw Gersonner waves. Get world position. Gersonner waves, project waves, blah 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 blah. Ready, water RTs. Final stage, draw water. Water wave velocity and height to the water wave data render target. This guy. Where is it? What have I digged up? Oh. Why have our time distortions all disappeared? That doesn't make sense. Motion time distortions, 0 elements. Time distortion. Why are they zeroed? Huh? Wait, how? That doesn't make sense. Oh, maybe they're just not getting set because... Okay, hold on. Edit. Time distortions. Oh, they're all reset. Fuck. Fuck. Alright, hold on. Edit. Time distortions. Oh, they're all reset. Fuck. Fuck. Alright, hold on. Time distortions, 1, 2, 3, 4. They all need to not be 0. Cool. Alright, so this is no distortions. We have to redo these all again. So, let's just go full. Alright, that's very tightly distorted. Big wavelength. You know what, let's do that. Big wavelengths. They call me Big Wavelength Man. That's at like 1 million. What are these damn values? Let's go like 30,000 and 31,000. Cool. Strength of big. 2? Strength of 1. Yeah, whatever. Next one. Strength of 1. 20,000 and 19,000. What are you doing? Oh, you're doing those guys. Yeah. You know what? Double that. 60,000 and 9,000. Yeah, and you can go 2. This one can be half that, like 35,100, and this can be like 32, 36, 7, 8, 9. Decent. Let's do that so they all are good. This one can be... I mean, these are all... Yeah, that's funny. Alright, it's getting back to how it was. Now these ones, just chilling. Little swingers. Sick. If they're a bit bigger, then... Yeah, whatever. Alright, there's our ocean waves. They're chilling. The same applies to the... Oh no, is it because the shoreline only uses these ones? Yeah. Okay, well... Fuck you. 1, 5. Oh, it's the other way. Easy. Okay, so now the fucking thing should work again. Cool. Yes, you are. That's just water velocity. Yep. Right, here's our Gersonner waves again. The height values. Let's see how it looks on a mesh. Why are you casting a shadow? Stop doing that. Shadows are banned. Alright, how does this even look? Is that... I mean, it definitely looks smoother. Can I derive some normals from that? Let's do a little DDX fella. Or perturb. Perturb these nuts. Prepare. Perturb normal HQ. You go into there, schwow, schwow, schwow. You go into normales after I transform. No, because that's flat. Wait. Yeah, no, that's fine. Probably. It's going the wrong way, but it's decent. So this is showing this here, but like lower res. And that looks decent. The other thing is, right, if it's using the render target, it can't actually... You know how these like barrel over sometimes and look really silly? The render target version can't do that. Like, it physically can't. I don't think. Pardon me. Whereas, like, yeah, these ones can, like, fold over themselves, which kind of gets real fucky. But the render target version literally can't do that. Like, it's forbidden. Unless I was doing mask RG, some factor of velocity, divide by, I don't know how fucking much, break that, and apply that to the RG to kind of squinch it in a little bit. Or pinch it in a little bit. But yeah, like, these waves, aside from the obvious, like, shadow fuckery, this arguably looks better than this, right? Where it's like folding and shit. And it's cheaper. But obviously it's pretty limited in Thingo. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe I should just do all the Gersonner waves in a render target like this. Wrong one. In like this. In a bigger... Cause the, oh, my fucking stream just dropped out again. Apologies. The benefit of doing the Gersonner waves in here is that we can just read from this render target to do particle spawning. So, like, if the steepness is past a certain thing, then spawn particles at this location and do all of the... You know what I mean? Or if this... you can probably see it. I think if I go back to the shoreline... Yeah, if this... If this crashes against the shore, or something really steep, spawn heaps of particles, even if it's outside of our simulation zone. So in the simulation zone, we can use... That's a big boy. We can use, you know, stuff. That's so cursed. We can use... the simulation space bits, like this. So wave, crashing, dot product with the normals, whatever. But because the render target version extends out further, we can then use that sample distance fields, give us a mask of where there is foam crashing, and play huge particle explosions from further away. Now that's cursed. I mean, it's kind of cool. This is just what the render target sees. Oh, cause... Yeah, right. That's funny. Yeah, so I don't know. I'm leaning in that direction. The other thing is, if we do it this way, see how the normals are really fucked up? And down here, like, there's this weird kind of banding and shit. We could just derive the normals of the Gersonner waves in the grid simulation. So yeah, I don't know. I wonder how big I could make this before it looks like shit. And also the barreling, right? The barreling looks really dumb up close. And obviously here it doesn't happen because, you know, it's height map only. However, from a distance, the barreling looks decent. It actually looks like particles. So I almost feel like... Oh, I don't know. Maybe I could do the waves in, like, multiple passes. Like, one for the immediate, you know, stuff. And then another one, same resolution, but, like, triple the space. For, like, the far, far waves. And then... at the very, very fringes... that's when we revert back to maybe even just like a fucking single Gersonner wave. Like just the highest. Like what does just one Gersonner wave look like? Or maybe two. Two's nice. Let's do a reroute. Triple, not Iwi, reroute. Because yeah, this could, in theory, end up like stupidly performant for what it's doing. Like, kind of to a silly degree, you know? So this is just two Gersonner waves, although they're both being distorted by the same thingo. Maybe I'd need to do this one. And the one that's like 2 down. Now my fucking scene's gone to bed. That's a bit better. I mean, I could just distort the shit out of it and whatever. Is that even doing 2? Add and add. Adding this and that. You're doing number 3 and number 1. What are your wavelengths? Motion, time distortions. So that would be using that and that. Cool. But the wavelengths... Okay, no, there is 2 of them. But it's just the time distortions are 2. But it's just the time distortions are 2. Chill or something? I don't know, that just doesn't look that right. Also, I want to copy that into the default. I'm gonna... sneeze. Jesus. Yeah, I think I'm onto something here. Especially if we derive the normals and whatnot. In the sim. See, I feel like if we just had 2 Gersonner waves running in the very far distance, I don't know if it would be these 2, maybe 3. I don't know, even 4 might be okay, but the Gersonner waves are pretty expensive. The one benefit of the Gersonner waves being done in the shader is that it's only done for the tiles that are in view. Whereas if we do it in the render target, it's being done everywhere. Or like in all directions. So but then these Gersonner waves are being done per vertex. So as long as the LOD is okay, which this definitely isn't, then it becomes cheap again. So yeah, I don't know, maybe we could fall back to 4, use this one, and then keep the barreling. Jesus, good. Keep the barreling, but only for the distant ones. Because the barreling does look okay at a distance. So let me just unfuck this again. Okay, ignoring them. Yeah, the ones over here look at like a very far distance. It almost looks like particles, right? Like you can't really tell that it's just meshes fucking clipping through themselves. Okay, you can hear, but that's only because it's like really stupidly steep. What's the steepness set? Is it still at it's 03? Ah, right, I set it at 1.6. It should only go up to 1. So, like, here, these ones look okay, you know, at a distance. At least in my opinion. If this is, like, third-person game and you're looking out here, it's like, oh, yeah, fuck, there's some fucking wave shit going on. And it wouldn't matter how far out you were looking, it would still look pretty decent. You know? Yeah, okay. So at a distance, barreling, totally okay. Within simulation zone, we use this guy. We use the render target to do the WPO, which prevents barreling and also makes spawning particles way easier, and also buoyancy way cheaper as well. Because we can just GPU callback or whatever. Async GPU callback. Querying that. Yeah, yeah, okay. I'm feeling it. I am feeling it, Mr. Krabs. Alright, well, for now, call it a night. Or a day, or whatever the fuck it is. Thanks everyone for hanging out. I apologize for my horrendous internet. I don't know what the go is with it. It's just kind of fucked. I don't know. I really need to look into Restream. Like, dropping the Twitch out. The Twitch stream. Because it's definitely not just my shit internet. It's everything. So yeah, anyway, let's raid out... I believe we will raid Kindred. Kindred. How's that sound? What's he working on? Skill... How's that sound? What's he working on? Skill tree. Okay, he's working on swords of magic and stuff. So let's go there. Oh god, my internet is kind of shit. Alright, thanks everyone. With that, we say goodbye. Hope you all learned something. I know I did. I feel like we ended up being pretty productive, even though it was like an 8.5-hour stream, and we just kind of went in circles, but going in circles is good practice. So, fuck, it's you can see light outside. That's crazy. Why is my download speed so throttled? What the fuck's going on? Shit. Is my... It says I have 0 viewers. What does that mean? I'm clearly still live. Oh no, 26. Okay, there we go. Oh, you know what? Maybe we'll... Honest... Does anyone know Honest Dan? Honest Dan Games? Is he an honest man? Researching common UI. Interesting. Maybe I'll drop everyone off there. What's MVVM? MVVM.
Template style.
You know what? He seems like he knows what he's doing. Alright, let's start the raid. Alright, goodbye.